I call the meeting to order.
Wait a minute.
That's for Ashley. That's for you. No, not yet. But that's okay.
Does everybody get them?
Yeah, there's another one here.
Roll call.
Ms. Metoyer?
Here.
Ms. Fleur?
Here.
Ms. Black?
Here.
Ms. Yelsey?
Here.
Ms. Anderson? Ms. Bartow? Here. Ms. Snell? Dr. Navarro?
Here.
Ms. Anderson will be right here. Do we have any public comments?
No, ma'am.
Nope.
No public comments, so I recess us into closed session. Okay. Call the meeting to order. What's it say when the president breaks the gavel? Opening ceremonies. Hi, Catherine. We will have a moment of silence, a moment of reflection, and Catherine will do the pledge of allegiance.
Ready, begin.
Thank you. Before we move adoption of the agenda, I want you to know that there's been a change to board consent item 15D as in David 1. In student case number 19-01-78, the board rejects the findings of fact and moves that the student be reinstated and placed in a school by Student Services with the concurrence of the Assistant Superintendent of Student Support Services. No changes were made to any other discipline items in item 15D1. With that said, do we have a motion?
Move adoption of the agenda as amended.
I'll second.
Oh, okay, it's been moved and seconded. It's also to be noted that we are moving item 12C to go in front of 12B, but we're not renaming it. So we're going to have our own alphabet, ACB. Are we okay with that amendment also?
Sure.
Okay. The second person?
Yes.
Karen, are you okay with that amendment also? It was moved and by Mrs. Fleur, seconded by Mrs. Yelsey to amend with both amendments. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? 7-0. I need an approval of the minutes. A motion to approve the minutes.
So move.
Mrs. Black approved.
Second.
Moved.
Second.
Mrs. Fleur seconded it. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? 7-0. Student board member reports. Thank you, Carolyn. Catherine. Didn't change. Quick, run, change, quick. No. Catherine, thank you.
Good evening, President Metoyer, members of the board, Dr. Navarro, distinguished guests, and fellow student board members. I'm Catherine Pham, the student board rep for CMHS. So back to school night was last Thursday, and a lot of parents came to see their children's classes. Girls volleyball beat Estancia again in Battle of the Bell round 2. We finished city champs and second in league. Battle of the Bell for football is this Friday. We are hosting a tailgate prior to the game with free food, games, and music. Boys water polo is currently undefeated in league play, and their Battle of the Bell game versus Estancia is this Wednesday. Girls varsity cross country won the sweepstakes race at the prestigious Mount Sac Cross Country Invitational on Friday, and their league finals are on November 5th. Both band and color guard have received first place in their competitions this weekend. Showings of The Crucible were put on last week by the CMHS Drama Department, and SAT group courses were also held last week to prepare students for SATs. There is also, finally, a Santa Barbara Mountains Wilderness trip offered to all students in the CMHS Wilderness Club from November 8th through November 11th. And that wraps up my update.
Thank you very much. And our next person up is Luke.
Hi, everybody. Do I stand here? Good evening.
President Matoye, Board Trustees, Dr. Navarro, members of the Cabinet, and distinguished guests. I can move this up, yeah?
Yes.
There we
Yeah,
go.
And
Look at that.
you can stand up because it will pick it up.
Okay, awesome. My name is Luke Graham. I'm here from Early College High School, ECHS, just a little bit of news to report. So earlier this month marked the kickoff with new student recruitment for the upcoming 2020-2021 school year. ECHS had its own information table at the school's district college and career night held at the OC Fairgrounds on October 16th, where we were visited by many middle school students and their families. We have no sports news because we don't have any sports. But in other news, our PTSA held its annual rummage sale earlier this month on October 5th, along with our parents. We had over 70 student volunteers, their time to participate in the event. The money raised, which was an all-time high for our PTSA rummage sale event, will be used to create scholarships for our seniors, which are given on May 20th at our annual awards night. This week marks our final Fall Festival Spirit Week. We have theme-based dress-up days each day with lunchtime games for our house to earn spirit points, which is a pain to dress up for, but it's fun. Next month marks the beginning of college application submission season. We start filling out our college field trips for our students with trips to UCI, UCLA, San Diego, Cal State Fullerton, Chapman University, and Vanguard University. Whole lineup. We also had female students attend the Latino Leadership Conference at Concordia University this past Saturday and plan to have avid students attend leadership events at both Long Beach State and Pomona College later this school year. And lastly, we're looking forward to hold our third annual College Application Success Campaign, CASC, event in 4 weeks on November 26th. This is the day we celebrate our class of 2020, as all seniors will have submitted at least one college application on this date. Last year, we had 219 college applicants submitted, which came out to more than 4 applications per senior. We plan to do the same with this year's senior class. That's it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
You don't need me to call you, you just know if you're next, you're next. That works.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Bailey Bogard from Newport Harbor High School. Academically, our IB drama department is having a drama night coming up, and the arts department is very excited to recognize their students and their achievements in this field. Athletically, our Battle of the Bay football game was on Friday, but we were most impressed with the spirit of our students, and even though we didn't win, we still had very good spirit that day, so we're very proud of that. And as well, girls field hockey, boys beach volleyball, and girls golf are currently in playoffs, so we're wishing them good luck, making posters and everything like that. Recent events, we had a choir concert last week in which we partnered with Ensign Intermediate's choir programs. That was very successful. And an upcoming event in the arts, once again, the Spelling Bee play is coming up. And it's a big production, it's very interactive. And it includes students and audience members as well, so it's a very different kind of play. And finally, uniquely, our Newport Harbor Field Studies Club is currently at Zion National Park in Utah, and it's a very interactive way for students to learn from their science teachers out in nature. So thank you.
Bailey, when is the play? Dates?
I believe it's in 2 weeks.
Okay.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Caroline Brewster, and I'm representing Corona High School, and I'm here to give you a brief update about what's happening on campus. Academically, there have been many resources for students to receive study help through National Honor Society tutoring and study groups created by students in certain subjects. Most AP teachers have just piloted a shared calendar for testing so teachers can prevent testing on the same day.
Great idea.
Sorry. Yay, CDM teachers.
And then the Academy of Global Studies has been putting on bake sales to raise money for the worldwide water crisis, and more fundraisers will continue throughout the year. As for athletics, our football team just won our 7th straight Battle of the Bay versus Newport Harbor. Our student section was packed to the brim with a live DJ, and our Battle of the Bay girls volleyball was also a success, and that was our 2nd Battle of the Bay win for our girls this year. As for recent events, we had our Battle of the Bay dance last Saturday with over 500 people in attendance at the Marconi Car Museum. And the rally, the Battle of the Bay rally, was last Friday with a glow-in-the-dark theme and featured a hilarious football dance with some of our football seniors. And then we also had a fall choir and instrumental concert on October 18th, and that was a big success. As for upcoming events, we have the fall production actually premiering tomorrow, Puffs, and it goes through this weekend, skipping Halloween. And then all the leadership groups are collaborating in preparation for the district-wide Kindness Week in November, and we're preparing decorations and activities to help promote kindness on our campus. And then a unique guest that visited our school was our middle school rally. We had Scott Bakovich, and he talked about creating a sense of community and how to take care of our peers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Kenya.
Okay, so hi, my name is Kenya Rocha, and I'm representing Estancia High School. Academically, we will have a college event day at our school next week on November 4th, which is where all the seniors have to apply to at least one college in their English class. A brief athletic update is that last week on Friday, we had our senior night, which was against Santa Ana, which was like we celebrated all the seniors that are in football, band, and cheer. We'll also be having our boys water polo Battle of the Bell this Wednesday versus Mesa. Some recent events that have happened is Unity Day, which was on October 23rd, which was where we spread kindness around the school, which ASB and Link Crew hosted an event, which was after school, where TK Burger and we watched a movie at the gym. And on Monday, we had a fall music concert, which was at the Costa Mesa High School Performing Arts Center, where band, jazz band, color guard performed, and it was a good turnout. Some events that are happening currently, our Battle of the Bell is on Friday versus Mesa, and right now we're having a Spirit Week leaning towards it, and we're hoping to get that 6-peat. And on October 30th is Comedy Night, which is a one-night event where some staff members are doing some comedy improv games versus some of the drama people. And yes, thank you.
Thank you very, very much, students. And in lieu of Julia, the president, Lisa Bowler.
Good evening, President Matoye, board members, and Dr. Navarro, cabinet, and guests. I want to announce that our membership is doing quite well. We have the online totem system, which as of the 22nd, so last week, we have 1,425 members who have signed up online, easy peasy. We have 14 schools who are currently on the totem system. So out of our 28, that's a good half. And we're still hoping to help anybody along who wants to. Our grand total for membership so far is 5,619. It's not too late to join if you haven't. Go look on Totem and see if your school is there. If not, let us know and we'll make sure you get an envelope. As you know, College and Career Night was on the 16th. We had approximately 150 colleges and vendors with over 2,000 people attending. So that is a great group effort with the district and PTA. Very successful. The Parent Education Series is moving along nicely. The second one was just held by a Dr. Mark Lerner. It was on stress and anxiety. There were approximately 40 people in attendance, and some parents had very specific questions, and he was able to answer them thoroughly, and the great advice helped not only the students but the parents as well. The next session will be on November 20th from 6 to 7:30 here at Newport Mesa. I don't know if it's here or if it's over in the other building, but it's on this location. The topic is eating and psychology food aversions. It's presented by a Dr. Patricia Reba, who's a pediatrician. That should be fabulous. In closing, PTA was thrilled to hear that the governor has signed the PTA-sponsored Late Start bill. And that's my report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All righty, we are moving on to Miss Barella for our United Way kickoff. I read the name that they put on here, so if you thought I was going through Sarah, that didn't work this time. You won the chart. You get to lead it.
So President Matoye, Dr. Navarro, board, cabinet members, board members, guests. Can I first say I love the flowers?
We love the flowers.
Just have to throw that in there. Is that the first one of the year?
Second.
No, second one, yeah.
So,
You did a great job.
I think that they're beautiful. Each year, the Board of Education and employees of Newport Mesa have given support to the United Way, which provides financial assistance to the numerous community organizations in Costa Mesa and Newport Beach. The community organizations provide services that improve the quality of life, address critical needs such as family violence, child care and development, youth education, and community health. Last year, the contribution was over $26,000, an awesome performance or contributions by our employees, and I'm hoping that we can better that this year under my humble, yeah, we'll see. Anyhow, I'm pleased to introduce to you a couple of the United Way members. Sandra Bensworth is the Chief Relationship Officer, and Melissa Silva is Manager for Corporate Engagement with Orange County United Way. So they have a few words I'd like to share with you.
Good evening. Thank you so much. I'm Sandra Bensworth with the United Way here in Orange County, and it's a privilege to be here in front of you just to say thank you. We really appreciate the support that the Newport Mesa Unified School District has provided over the several years. We've had such a great relationship with Dr. Navarro and team, and Jeff has been also a great proponent of ours. I just wanted to share that I think we share a similar vision in the fact that we want to have every child receive a quality education, is healthy and thriving, and has a place to call home. And so all of the programs that we're working with kind of complement the work that you're already doing. We work with a lot of early grade rating programs. We supplement the AVID program in middle school and high school. And really the goal is to have every student be not only graduating on time, but to be college and career ready. So we really appreciate your effort, what you guys do every day. And we are so thankful for your support. Tomorrow morning, we actually are going to be having a kickoff with Candy and team, and hopefully able to update the representatives that will be going out into the different departments and districts to basically help kind of spread the word of where their dollars and contributions are going to here in Orange County. So thank you very much. We have a certificate that we'd like to present to you to say thank you so much for the partnership, and we look forward to another good year.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. You can give it to Candy. Candy, you're getting it in advance of the great job that you're going to do. Thank you so much in advance to all of our employees. I know it's a ginormous task, but it's really great because we know the money, a lot of it comes back to us. So that's really terrific. All righty. Mr. Knight's report on Smarter Balanced Assessment Consortium. Smarter.
Smart Alex.
I would probably have to go back 2 or 3 questions after that one.
Well, good evening, members of the board.
Thank you.
Dr. Navarro, cabinet, distinguished guests, everybody at home. Here we are. Another year has gone by, and I'm here to report on the Smarter Balanced test results. So this is the test that is what we hold ourselves accountable to district-wide, and then later in the year in November, we get the health dashboards.
Okay.
Mr. Holcomb, can you fix that mic?
Yeah, have somebody fix it, yeah, right.
Can we get M&O here to
Yeah.
fix that mic? Okay, so this is the public report, and I really appreciate this board, including our new members. You came onesies and twosies to my office, and we took some deep dives into the data. So this is the public report that will, I think you'll see and in mind from the beginning that we did well. But let's go by some of the numbers, right? So last year, can we get it up on the?
We need the, there we go.
There. It was a pretty sound.
Aren't Aren't you a tech
Still
guy?
pretty sound.
Aren't you a tech guy?
Is that really happening?
Isn't it run slideshow?
Go to slideshow.
Okay, good enough. Oh,
Put your glasses on, George.
There you go.
There you go.
okay, last year's presentation I entitled Shape of Enduring Progress, because we were seeing some progress that was happening that we were hoping that that shape would continue.
Right.
This year, we get to see if the investments that we paid off early are now still paying off. You have invested a lot in some of the focuses and the board priorities, so this is where we get to see how well those investments have paid off. So this year, I'm entitling it Not by Accident, because we don't do things by accident. We focus on something, and then we aim, and then we re-aim, and we aim again, and we put everything at it. So this is some SBAC facts, so we'll celebrate a little bit up front. 5. This is number of years in Newport Mesa that we've outperformed the state and Orange County in both ELA and math. And why that's significant is because we never did, we outperformed the state every year in the old CST days, but we did not outperform Orange County. We kind of went back and forth under and over just 1 or 2 positions. But for the last 5 years, we have outperformed both the state and Orange County. So that's something to celebrate. 15. So these 15 schools had double-digit growth in English language arts. So anytime you see blue, and for the audience, when you see blue, it's English language arts. And if you see green, it's about math for this presentation. So we've had double-digit growth, and if you look at the schools that are displayed there, Adams, Whittier, Ray, these aren't what we normally see at the top of lists. However, they have done remarkably well for the last 5 years. So this is 4 more schools than even last year. So something to celebrate. 12, now this is math, so this is double-digit growth last year. So this is from baseline, so 2015 to 2019. So since we started the SBAC testing, we're growing, and even 4 more schools than last year joined this list. What do these schools have in common? All 10 of them have grown in ELA all years of testing without any decline at all. So that's something to celebrate. Killybrooke, Paularino, College Park, and Ray. I just love seeing these names of these schools. All of these schools have grown in math for all years of testing with no decline. 3rd and 4th grades, where we put a lot of investment, they've been showing steady growth for all years of testing. We'll dive a little deeper into these 2 grades. And these 2, 3rd and 6th grade in ELA, they have shown steady growth all years of ELA SBAC testing. 100. That's the number of students in 2015 when SBAC first came out that got a perfect score in math district-wide. So 100. 237, can you guess?
Oh, my God.
That's what it was this year.
Wow.
So we more than doubled it. This is our highest achieving students. That's 28 more than last year and 137 more than in 2015. 106, can you guess? It's ELA, and it's in 2015. And this year, we had 279. So, and that's 31 more than last year, 173 more than in 2015. These 3 schools, Killybrooke, College Park, and Ray, they are the only 3 schools that have grown in math and ELA for all years of testing with absolutely no decline. So congratulations to those schools. So I think of Good to Great, this book where he talked, Jim Collins, when organizations go from being pretty good to great, they generally have this effect of the flywheel. And initial pushes on a flywheel are rough, they're hard. It's hard to push that wheel at first, but as you begin pushing that wheel, every entire rotation of that wheel gets a little bit easier. So I look at this district as an initial pushes on this flywheel. The contrast is that we get into a doom loop. A doom loop pushes are difficult and they generally go in the wrong direction. So what I'm seeing so far in the data for the last 5 years of testing is that we have a flywheel effect beginning to go. And that's encouraging for us as an organization or any organization. Dr. Navarro, back in 2012, when you got here, challenged us that all means all, that every child, every day is our mission in Newport Mesa. But he came in and said this phrase, I think it was a Michael Fullen quote, that all means all, and he meant it, because he just finished with this. You all recognize this from the breakfast or various presentations, that we raised the bar for all students. So he has never stopped that focus, and it's true today. Well, let's see how well this pulled off. We as an education division have looked at early literacy, math, and English language learner focus. In early literacy, a lot of attention has been paid to interventionists in the early grades, pouring a lot of effort and focus into how we are supporting the reading programs. Materials adoptions, we've been going through the last 3-4 years, or maybe more than that, for new materials, new curriculum that has English language learner support built into it. That's been new for us. Added instructional support for English learners across the board. And a math focus to establish a system-wide math experience, TK to 12. Materials adoptions as well, new curriculum with that English language learner support, and a PD focus on student mathematical thinking and sense-making of students. So lots of PD has been poured into our teachers to really focus in these areas. How did it pay off? District overall, for the last 4 years, we've grown 9 points. And I'll throw that into context in a minute. But 63% of our students have met or exceeded the standards. We started at 54. Math, we've had a 7-year overall growth for the last 4 years. So we've had 5 years of testing, but that's 4 years of growth. So since baseline, we've jumped from 46 to 53 in 2019. So we need to understand that in the context. How did the rest of the county do? And when we look at that, we have beat that every year since the SBAC has come in. So we already gave ourselves kudos for that. And this is ELA, and then this is math. So you can see the comparison. We generally beat the state by pretty much. The county, we go back and forth in old testing, but now we've kind of risen to the top. So we're figuring some things out from the data's perspective. So here you're going to see a little movement in the data. This is who we compare ourselves to in the entire county. And this is total performance met or exceeded in ELA. So Laguna Beach Unified sits at the top with 82% of their students meeting or exceeding the standards. So here's where we stood last year. And I put the little arrow there so you can squint and just kind of see where we jumped this year. Drum roll. Oh, well, 2 places. However, we went above Garden Grove and Tustin, which are generally districts. Well, Garden Grove will be back and forth with through the years, but Tustin we've never jumped over, and we're super close to Saddleback. If you look at the challenge index in terms of unduplicated students, which is a reflection of how hard it is given your students that are in one or more of subgroups such as English language learners or students with disabilities, et cetera. So we have a pretty high challenge, and yet for a district like Los Alamitos, Laguna Beach, they have a very low challenge, and their scores reflect that. But our challenge is great, and yet we're doing pretty well with that. Let's look at math. Keep the eye. We jump up over Tustin, and we're like at 0.2% away from Saddleback Valley Unified, which has a much lower challenge index than we do. Let's look at 1-year growth. So here we were for just 1-year growth over last year. We went from 4th or 5th, and the state of California was even over us, to the very top in the unified school districts within the county. So we're growing faster than others. So it's an important context. We might not have the highest performance, but we keep growing. In math, 2018, so 1-year growth, we jump all the way up to 2nd. So that even jumps a lot more districts. This is from baseline, so all the way from the very first, 2015, Newport Mesa jumps to third in the county. And again, math below state of California, we jump to fourth. So that's from baseline. So that gives an indication of where we're at standing in the county, which is encouraging because it means we're not only performing better than we ever have, but we're also growing faster than others. So if we ask, is there somebody else with the secret sauce? I don't know of a district that has found that to be the case. We have discovered that investments early on and investments in English language learners, and with a continued focus, which you'll also find the challenge for us, from my humble opinion, is in math. And I'll show you why. This is just the rank of our schools for 4 years of growth and 2 years of growth, so over last year and since the baseline. And when you look at who's here, you see, again, the same schools that we've always said, come on, guys, let's get going, let's get going. You've got Ray, Whittier, Adams, Paularino, Sonora at the tops of these lists in both cases. It's unfortunate, but yes, there are some folks at the bottom, some people that even grow negatively, but that's 3 less than last year. And for 2 years of growth, it's 6 less than last year. So not only do we have double-digit growth going, but we also have just total growth better than we have ever in both the 4-year growth and the 2-year growth. Math, no different, 7 less than last year and 8 less than last year in the 2 years of growth. So these are encouraging because it represents growth. And if you look at a lot of this at the bottom, my laser pointer isn't going to work very well here, but you know, 1/100th Wilson. I mean, these are just flat.
Yeah.
If the data came out a little bit different, it could have been 10, 15 schools in the growth category, and that's where we want to be. This is by grade level, ELA. It shows the shape that we want. We want seeing up and to the right, and we want to see current higher than everybody else. 7th grade is the only exception for the entire district. That's encouraging as well. That means our grade levels are programs. It's not similar students, so we're not comparing cohorts of student. We'll do that in a second. We're comparing the overall program in the 3rd grade, the 4th grade, the 5th grade, the 6th grade. This is by cohort, so these are similar students. So if we look, if you can see that, if we look at the 4th grade, how did those same students do in the 3rd grade? So we see flat is fine. Oftentimes it goes down. However, in some of the grade levels, we see that we're actually growing. 6th grade is really encouraging. This means that this group of students have every year taken what they've learned and pushed it forward, and that's encouraging. Even our 11th graders did pretty well after having some struggle in the 7th and 8th grade, which our challenge is in that area, yet they tend to catch up by the 11th grade for English language arts. That's encouraging. Math, we see the same early elementary shape that we want to see, continued growth, and then it starts to taper off into that same challenge. I think math as a district-wide system is our challenge and it's our focus. So even though we see this, we do see some growth, but it still remains the biggest challenge we have in the SBAC data. The same holds true when we look at it for cohorts. It begins to slip down as we move through the years. This is encouraging for math because it does show that we have that same shape, and in high school it flattens off. So the high school principals know this. We see this. We saw this last year, and efforts are increasing as to what to do about this. But certainly, math is tough. It's not just that the math is more rigorous in the standards today and this test that we take, but also it's so text heavy that our benefit that's happening in the 3rd and the 4th grade is because we're growing so much in our ability for kids to be able to read and write and express themselves in mathematical terms in the 3rd and the 4th grade. We believe that that pays forward. So let's take a look at English language learners and how did they perform in these. I can't say that the scores are low, and they've been traditionally low throughout. Kids who struggle with English. Yet we're seeing a pretty good gain, 8%. We never had that. We were flat, 13, 14, 13. Last year we saw a little bit of a bump, but by this year, 25% of our English language learners in ELA for elementary, it bumped up 8%. Our RFEP, so that's the reclassified. So last year, when the 17%, when they did well on the whole formula for reclassification, then how did they do on the tests? Once they got out of this category, how did they do? And we found that they held steady. And the encouragement here is that they're as steady as our English only. So this is extremely encouraging, and it's not by accident. This is English language overall. So we include the 11th graders and the 7th and 8th graders. So we had a 7-point jump there. And RFEPs actually increased as well. So again, not by accident. These things are beginning to happen and happen in a consistent pattern throughout our district. This is super encouraging because this is our Title I school. So I pulled out all the other schools except for our Title I scores. And they had almost 8% jump in the English learner overall scores. But look at the RFEPs. If you look at how they're at 73, they outperformed English only in our Title I schools. I don't think that's ever happened, so that's encouraging. Same look in math, a 5% jump at EL, and this is for elementary. Our RFEPs held steady. Math overall, so includes our 11th grader and our 7th and 8th graders. They had a 3% jump, almost 3.5, and RFEPs also held steady. So let's talk about our highest achieving students. And this is what we looked at before, that in ELA and in math, we have grown pretty significantly. I wouldn't expect this to continue to grow in doubles in the next year or the years after, but this is incredible growth. So if someone was to say, what about our highest achieving students, I think we can end that argument here. We'd love to see it grow, grow, grow. In fact, let's take a look how this is. So this is the squint test. You can't read these numbers, and that's on purpose. But look at the pattern. The pattern is what we're after. If you look up by the 3, that's 3rd grade, 4th grade, 5th grade, 6th to 11th grade. This is levels, performance levels in SBAC. So they come back as, at the top here, is advanced, met, nearly met, and not met. So, and these are years for each grade level. We want to see this up and right arrow. Probably everything I do is up and to the right. But you want more and more kids to perform at the advanced level. So our highest achieving students are clearly moving upwards. We're pushing more kids into this category. And that's true for 4th grade, that's true for 5th grade, that's true for 6th grade, 7th grade. We might have less kids in this, but we're growing each year. 11th grade, challenging. Right? A little flat, but we still got high numbers. When we look at the MET category, a little bit up and down, but these kids come from these below levels. We want it to go down into the right now, and we want to see less kids in these two categories. And so when you do the squint test, you see that this is true up until 8th and 11th. Well, 11th is flat, but it continues. So this is encouraging data, and it's for proficiency levels. We see the same in our math. Maybe not as much, because that, again, is our challenge area, but we still see this a similar shape throughout our program. I want to just give a shout out to Ray for a second, because Ray has had some tremendous turnaround, and Ray has had tremendous investment. We've done pretty much a turnaround school here where we've had new programs have come in. There's been a lot of tension on Ray, and a lot of investment, a lot of money spent at Ray. So when you look at just where they were in 2015 at 11.3%, and now in 2019 they're at 33.76%, that's pretty remarkable for data that is relatively stubborn. So you can say that what we're doing at Ray is making an impact. When you look at just the grade levels themselves, you see exactly the shape that we'd like to see. It goes from 10% up to 35% in just 5 years. On difficult standards with English language learners that are high numbers, and 100% poverty at the school, given our free and reduced lunch rates. 4th grade, same trend. 5th grade, same trend. 6th grade, same trend. When we look down at our EL students, they went from 2% in 2015 to 19.5%. Still low, still not where we want to be, but that's a tremendous increase over, it's 18% increase over the 5 years of testing. Our RFEPs have held strong, and over those 5 years, our RFEPs have even increased 25%. So kudos to Ray and to the staff there and to the administration and to you, board, for investing in the way that you did. Same hold true with math, maybe not quite as strong, but you've got 10% in the beginning, 27% where we're at now, not where we want to be, but we're encouraged by what's happening. I think what's happening in ELA, it's really strong. It's really impacting what's happening in the math, from what I kind of explained earlier. So moving forward, there's even more this year to celebrate. There's still a lot of work to do, but we have big dreams, we have visions, we have focus. We know what we need to do. We've seen it work in other years. We're just going to continue to pour more and more and more in that direction. So our improvements are not by accident. They reflect the hard work of dedicated teachers and admin in Newport Mesa and the classified staff and down to everybody that is working at the schools. It takes an entire village. It takes a team to do a presentation and do all this data, so I have an exceptional team and I'm grateful for them. And so I can say for the 5th year in a row that Newport Mesa's overall student SBAC performance shows growth, and we're raising the bar for all students, and we are, in the spirit of Dr. Reed, up and to the right.
Up and to the right.
Great. Thank you. Very good.
I wasn't looking to see who was first, but Mrs. Snell.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome.
Great report. Thanks to your team. It's so detailed. It's wonderful. Well, 2 things. I would like you to explain to the audience about EL and their scores and why they're never at 80% or more, why they're lower. Do you know what I'm talking about?
The change between EL
The
and...
change between EL and
And
reclassified.
Okay. It's
Okay.
quite a question. In fact, I think if Vanessa Gailey would like to come here,
Look at that.
the EL coordinator.
No, I just wanted you to say that when ELs get to a higher level, they are reclassified.
Okay.
That's what I'm talking
So
about.
they get bumped out of that
That we
category.
don't expect the EL classification to be, that's why it's always lower, because if they get higher, they're reclassified into the,
Yes.
right? Is that correct?
That is
Vanessa?
correct. And I'm very impressed that you know that because you asked those questions in our little data dives. So, and yes, every time. Yes.
Save me, save me.
So I'm going to respond with George. I'm not going to let him lead.
Thank you.
So that's
You
an
are?
excellent.
You are.
I'm Laura Dale Pash, the English Learner Coordinator for the district. So that is a great question. I'm so glad you asked. And it is kind of this conundrum we have with our EL subgroup and our reclassified subgroup. So we do have a reclassification criteria that basically is showing them when our students reach grade level or fluent English language proficiency, we reclassify them. So it is this conundrum, not just in Newport Mesa, but across the state, that when students get to a certain level, we move them to the reclassified subgroup, and therefore they come out of that EL subgroup. So annually, you're actually taking the highest level English learners out of a subgroup into another subgroup or student group. So it's not to say that we don't want to work to have our English learner group improve and move towards proficiency. As you've seen, we've made some growth over the last year or the last several years, but it will never be 80, 90%, because if it is, we're not reclassifying appropriately. We're keeping students in a different level. So I don't know if that helps.
No, it's
perfect.
It's perfect. I think the general public doesn't know that, and so I think that's perfect. My other question is, how much of this is available online for the general public on our website or?
All of it.
Okay.
It's all publicly released data.
Is it easy to find though, or is it?
Yeah, it's on the California Department of Education. You're not going to see it in the same formats, nor at the level of detail that I have in this, but you can go online to California Department of Education and get all of this data. It'll look a little different, but it's.
Well, yeah, but this is such a great report. It would be great if parents or community members could go on and see.
Well, they can. We'll publish it with the board notes as well. In fact, I believe it's already
That would be
published.
great.
Yeah.
But
What?
But it would be nice to be published either in an assessment section or in in an assessment section, rather than just as, oh yeah, at that one meeting, and then, because then the public will do what we do. What meeting was that at? I don't remember where it was. So this is wonderfully understandable, and I noticed some of our students were nodding in agreement. And as a student, it's kind of nice to see, look how, we had to take that dumb test, and look, now we see why somebody matters, because we need to be up and to the right. And
Yeah.
I didn't really try that day. Maybe I'll try this year.
Yeah, in 11th grade, really try.
That'd be great, yeah.
Okay, I will have that
I
on
think that
our
would be
assessment
great,
department's website by tomorrow. They'll be able to see the
great.
entire
Awesome.
PowerPoint. That's great.
Thank
I
you.
wanted to make one comment about what you said about the reclassification rate. Just because one of the points that you see in the data is that we keep going up with our RFEPs. So, and what that demonstrates is that we've, with
Reclassified,
Laura
right.
and Vanessa's team, they have figured out the right reclassification rate. Because one of the easiest things a district could do to get your rate high, if that's all you're going for is numbers, is you just make a really easy bar to jump over. But they have the right bar to jump it. So our students who reclassify are still doing well within our system. If they started tanking, then we would know either our bar is just too easy because we wanted to get some number gains, but we care about the kids and their success afterwards. So it's a dance, and it's something that you have to find a balance with. So kudos to them for really finding that
Absolutely.
balance.
You have a great team.
Well, their team.
What I was going to say is, since there's so many teachers in the audience, when we say not by accident, we know who's been working their tails off to make these numbers look as good as they are. Mrs. Yelsey.
Yes, I also want to thank you, and thank you for spending so much time with us previous to this meeting, answering our questions and taking us through it. I really very much appreciate it. And it is really exciting to see where we've invested money, that it's paid off, third grade specifically, some of the schools specifically. And then we get to high school in the 11th grade, and there's all kinds of reasons we can say that the scores don't always go up and to the right. And I've said this at another meeting, I don't know of a board meeting, but at a meeting, I really think we should consider putting these SBAC grades on transcripts. I think it would mean more to the students who take the test. I mean, maybe some of the students could comment on this, I don't know. But I know students and parents, when kids are over-tested with AP tests and SATs and those types of things, they don't sometimes give this as much credibility. And I think if something goes on a student's transcript, it automatically goes up in how they feel about it. So I think we should consider that.
If you want to talk.
And if any student wants to comment, I'd appreciate hearing it.
Oh,
He
good.
does, yeah.
Come on, Luke. Mike.
Come on up to the mic.
Come up to the mic. Yeah.
Whereas I see definitely the idea in that because, I mean, we do want to get up and to the right. I think that junior year would be perhaps the worst year to implement something else that would affect our transcripts because
Spread the word that we're thinking about it, though. Maybe just the thought that we might do it would make you at least try harder. Yeah.
well,
I know, right? One more test.
yeah, I don't know if I could handle that or could have last year. But I think that it is definitely important to get the 11th graders up. Do we know any other reasons why it might be leveling out like that?
We can't put we all discussing have had our own kids, have thought the same thing after going through SAT testing or PSAT testing and all the AP testing that may have happened, and you finally get to an SBAC, and as a child, we might say, why am I taking this? And the school says, because it shows how great our school is, and one might go, oh, thank God, I don't have to worry about it. And that's all we can attribute it to, because we've had some of our children who are in the highest level classes that are doing the most leveled performances. So
What is an incentive, Luke? What would be an
I
incentive
was
for you?
about to address
Good.
that.
Cool.
So I've been in ASB for 4 years, and I'll say the most tough thing to deal with is incentive to get people to participate in anything, especially horrible, embarrassing lunchtime games. But this is a little bit grander scale, so it's a little bit more of a beast to tackle. And okay, I'm gonna curse myself for saying this, but adding it to the transcript would increase the grade. I won't refute that.
yeah.
It's fact. But I think that we've been doing a great crusade on mental health. I would appreciate the continual focus on that.
That was a good answer. That's a good answer.
Good answer. Yeah.
But other than that, incentive-wise, I don't want to say an award for the highest performing student or the highest performing school. But me and ASB are the only ones who ever get to really, really see these numbers. Dr. Martinez presents them sometimes, but it's hard to absorb because we're all distracted kids. So maybe if we had some sort of physical incentive, something that we all got. Just saying, we really like showing each other up in this district, saying that our school is better than yours.
And growth is good, so that
Why
levels the playing
not?
field.
Maybe you should take all the ambassadors, all the student board members should take this back to your school and see if you can come up with something.
Yeah.
Most
That
definitely.
would be great.
Yeah, and let us know.
Yeah.
Well, thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Bartow.
Oh, I just wanted to say I thought this report was really well done. And thank you. I know some of these were my exact questions in our deep dive, so it was great to see them fleshed out about districts. It's, I could have looked at that data for longer than an hour, so it's great to see it up on the screen and get a refresh. So great job.
Thank you. Mrs. Fleur.
Yeah, again, thank you. I think that one of the most telling and one of the most impressive slides is the one you showing on the ELA, the Title I schools. because that one shows that our RFEPs are outperforming our English-only students. The RFEPs in 2019 were at 73.1%, and our English-only students were at 64%. So that's a pretty impressive growth. But now, and I'm a numbers person, so I want to know, what is 73%? Is that 73% of our total student population?
73% of the English language learners.
So how
Who
many
took
English
the
language?
test?
So what is that number? Do we have that number?
I mean, as a number.
Eventually, I'd like to know, is that 8,000 students?
Oh, the number of students.
Yeah.
N equals.
Yeah, I have that
N
number.
equals.
In fact, we have it there. We just went on percentages tonight to normalize it.
Perfect, okay. And then I guess we seem to have found the magic combination of our having, lots of PD for our teachers, and we have the 19.5 teachers, especially in ELA, and I'm hoping that we can look at something for math, because that seems to be, continued to be a struggle. And at the 11th grade, it's because, they're testing on a group of standards that started in 9th grade. And do you remember all of your 9th grade and 10th grade math standards, when it's algebra and algebra 2 and now or geometry and now we're doing algebra? I mean, who remembers those things?
Sakatoa.
Yeah,
PEMDAS.
but very nice job. Thank you so much for making the presentation easy.
Yeah, lifetime of PEMDAS, yes. Mrs. Black.
Calculators.
I too, Dr. Knight, want to thank you and your team, because we got it early. So like Ms. Bartow said, I would like to look at it, and just have you in the room so we can, go over it, because we did have a lot of other questions about it. And but you're right, it was a great report, and really appreciated getting it early and having the time over the weekend to look at it.
Well, the state had something to do with that, because
we
they
know.
messed up on our data a little bit. And
Right.
so we had embargoed data for a long time when other districts didn't. So this board report could have happened a month ago.
Right.
But that we didn't have the data.
Well, that's why I'm saying thank you, because I know you hustled to make sure that we got it ahead of time, and because of the embargo. So I really do appreciate the effort.
And-
I know we all do. Thank you.
And last year, because the dashboards had that wonderful little gas gagey kind of a thing that we all got to look at. And when when I went on the website, or at least the last time I did, I didn't see them yet. Are they there yet, or are they not there yet?
No.
They'll be published in November,
Okay.
if we're lucky.
If we aren't being punished for some other number thing.
It will be published in November. They're pretty consistent with the dashboard, and then, last year they were right on time.
And they're looking, for the ELAs and the maths, they're looking for growth, right?
Yes.
So they're not looking for the highest score. Like, that's where we got trained with the APIs, is the highest scores got the highest numbers, and now it's the highest growths get the bluest. We want blue.
It's a combination.
It's up to the right. We want them up to
Correct.
the right.
We still get the up and the right effect, except on suspensions.
Right, then we want definitely down, and, yeah.
We don't want to, it's like golf with suspensions.
Yes.
But yes, you're right. We have those little dashboards, and they have both growth and performance. So they put it on a 5x5 grid, and you have to do both. So it's not just on performance, 83%, great for Laguna. But what about the schools that will never be at 83%, but they will grow every single year and be strong? So that is a benefit of the dashboards.
And if we can get all our schools at 83%, we should sell it to the world, so.
We
All
have
right.
some schools at 90%.
Right, yeah.
Thank you for all of your hard work, and thank you all for all of your hard work.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Gailey, you're on.
Good evening. Good evening. I'm going to change out the PowerPoint here. I lovingly calls this the short version presentation, which is only 51 slides, so you're all welcome. And Charlene, President Metoyer, and Dr. Navarro, members of the board, and distinguished guests and cabinet. I'm going to be presenting on the California School Dashboard, something that George was just speaking a little bit about, and showing you a little bit about the local indicators. This is an annual presentation.
Ask and you shall receive.
Exactly. And so there are some priorities that the state has prescribed for all of our school districts, and we are going to be speaking to 5 of them today, and these are the 5 that are called out in the local indicators section of the dashboard. They include basic services, state standards, parent involvement, school climate, and course access. So this is the dashboard that you were all discussing. And right now, what is posted publicly is the 2018 dashboard.
Okay.
And as George was saying, they typically update it in November. However, there was just an email today that he probably just happened to miss. But it'll be the week of December 9th now that this entire dashboard will be available.
Merry
Christmas. Right. So when you notice at the top, the pieces that are colored, chronic absenteeism, college and career, suspension rate, ELA, math, and graduation rate, those are all state indicators. And our charge this evening is to go through the local indicators, and so those are the areas on the bottom. So if anyone was to go to the dashboard today, you would see the 2018 results, and a year ago I was presenting those results that now are populated here. So these local performance indicators, there are some standards that all districts are required to meet to post to that dashboard. There are things that we need to do. We need to measure our progress on each of these local indicators, and then we report the results at a regularly scheduled meeting, and then we determine by virtue of measuring and reporting that we have met or not met that standard. And the way that we measure our progress is through looking at some self-reflection tools and rubrics that the state has provided for us. So the thing to keep in mind is when we measure and we report, we have met the criteria. And after I've been able to report to the board tonight, I'll be able to go back to my desk and upload everything and push the button. But again, you won't see it until the week of December 9th. Okay, so in priority 1, these are the Williams compliance, the basic requirements about appropriately assigned teachers, access to curriculum-aligned materials, and safe and clean and functional school facilities. All of this information can be found on school accountability report cards that are published every February. Every school gets its own report around these different areas. For our district, we have a total of 1 misassigned teacher in the area of English learners, and in the whole district, that's a total teacher misassignment of 1 out of our entire district. And then and that was for last year. So this is the publicly reported information for 18-19. And then vacant teacher positions was 7. The number of students without access to their own copies of the standards-aligned instructional materials was 0. And then finally, the number of facilities where there were deficiencies and extreme deficiencies, according to the facilities inspection tool, was also 0. All of our Newport Mesa sites met the overall standard of good or exemplary. And again, this information is all available by school on the school accountability report card. So for priority 1, we measured, we reported, we have met. See, that's easy. We're 1/5 of the way there. Okay. The next thing is priority 2, and that's the implementation of the state academic standards. And the state provides a self-reflection tool and then different prompts. And so the way that we look at that is where are we on a continuum of implementation, from exploring and researching all the way to the highest level, which is the full implementation and sustainability. So the way that we looked at some points of data, we did a LCAP survey in January of 2019, and we had 1,182 participants, so thank you all of you staff for responding to that. And then we also did a fall local performance indicator survey, and we had just over 200 participants in that, so we really want to thank our partners in NMFT for getting the word out about the surveys. And then the reflection is on the 18-19 school year through June. So anything that happened summer on is not part of what we would be reflecting on right now. And then the other thing to keep in mind is that we are a TK-12 or a pre-K-12 district. And so when we are thinking about an overall rating, this includes the gamut from our elementary all the way to secondary. And we all know that sometimes we're at different phases of implementation, and yet we get one opportunity to provide a rating scale. So the first area is around rating our professional learning and some of the core content areas. And so if you remember, 4 is a full implementation, 3 is initial, and 2 is beginning. And what we wanted to do was provide in the light gray anything that was different last year. And if it's dark gray, this is what's happened now. If you don't see a light gray, that means we have not changed year over year. So in terms of the professional learning, we are looking at full implementation in most areas, and then the initial implementation for the next gen science standards, with an acknowledgement that we have provided support for our secondary teachers. We have our science specialists who are highly trained, and we still have some ways to go in terms of providing training for the rest of our general education teachers in elementary, but they really have had their hands full with a lot of other materials. And that's the same thing for history, social science. In history, social science, you'll notice that we considered up to a 4, and the reason for that is we went through a full-scale training last year with all of our secondary as they were going through the adoption process, whereas that had not occurred the year prior. So this is a snapshot of some of the results that were provided during the LCAP survey. I do want to remind everyone that the survey analysis is posted to the LCAP website in English and Spanish. So if anyone wants to read the full report, it's available there. So these were some of the responses provided by the respondents in January, and this was just staff, about the professional development in these different core content areas. For instructional materials, we've made a lot of progress in the last few years in that area, and we do feel that full implementation at the ELA level, one of the things that we also wanted to do is acknowledge that in ELD, although we're doing an excellent job with standards-aligned materials, the further we get from the 2012 adoption of new ELD standards, the farther away we are with new materials at the secondary level. So we are exploring and looking at what available materials are out there in terms of the secondary level. We feel confident in what we purchased for elementary, but that's an acknowledgement that we don't believe that we're at full implementation because of that, that shift. And again, with the history, social science, an acknowledgement that there were new materials available at the secondary level, but the standards themselves really haven't shifted. Okay? And then in terms of supporting staff and instruction, these are around policies, programs, and support in identifying areas where we can assist teachers. And this is providing tools, things like collaborative time and focused classroom walkthroughs and teacher pairing. And again, we did provide a lot of release time for our teachers. We provided facilitated planning days. We provided some supports with the teachers on special assignment at the secondary level and throughout the adoptions. And of course, we have training for our teachers with the Summer Engineering Academy and with our elementary specialists. Okay, and then in the other academic standards, this is beyond the scope of that initial core, but this is a part of the broad course of study, and we acknowledged that we were still in an initial phase with Career Tech Ed last year. We were doing some alignment with our courses, and I think they brought about 83 course outlines to you for update, and we want to acknowledge that here by saying that we're at full implementation with the CTE standards in addition to the other areas you see there, so very similar to last year. And then this is about support for teachers and administrators and looking at the needs of teachers as a whole staff, a whole group, and then also trying to support individual learning needs. And so we had a number of venues that we provided for teachers to be able to learn and grow. We had Moonlight series that were offered in English language arts and ELD and science. We had training for our interventionists around tools like DIBELS and SIPs, some of our foundational skills. We had work for CGI, cognitively guided instruction, and in mathematics for the mathematics fellows. We had support for digital fellows. We had the adoptions. We had targeted support for grades 6 through 8 in mathematics. So we really felt like individual teacher needs were being more closely supported, and then also thinking about ways that they can start looking at standards that have not yet been mastered. So to recap, priority 2, we measured, we reported, and so we have met. I might have everybody chant it with me soon. All right, so now we're working on to parent engagement, and the 2 requirements around parent engagement are seeking input from parents in decision making and also promoting parent participation in programs. And so some of the things that we looked at were LCAP survey results, and then also we had some results around the local performance indicator survey. And then we also had some focus groups working with us to provide some qualitative input, and that was with parent advisory representatives from our Title I and non-Title I schools, as well as representatives from our District English Learner Advisory Board. So what we wanted to do is recap the growth we've had in parent respondents over the couple of years with the LCAP survey. And of course, it's never enough, but we are proud of the 1,000-fold number growth last year in our parent respondents. And so we were very pleased about that. And we're very much looking forward to having an even larger amount of participants this current year.
And you want this one to be up and to the left?
Correct,
Okay.
in that one, yes. So this is also in the survey analysis that's posted to the website, but some key findings around parent involvement were that most families do feel welcome at their school, again, the respondents, and they feel comfortable when communicating with the whole school staff. And nearly 3/4 of the respondents felt like they were encouraged to participate, whether it was PTA, PTO, school activities, and the advisory councils. And then, again, we had more parents responding that they felt like they had resources to support learning at home over the prior years. So some results from that survey, you can see some of the 90% of the parent respondents felt that they were encouraged to take part in or attend school activities and events. 89% of the respondents were encouraged to join the PTA, PTO, and again, school site council, which often is a tour of duty, so we're always very thankful for the parents who are willing to participate. And then for the self-reflection tool, the state modified its self-reflection tool this year. And so they gave us these 3 categories with some questions. And then different from last year, we have to respond to this new tool and put ratings on the dashboard. So that's different than last year. And so this is very similar to that other tool where 1 is the exploration and research phase and 5 is full implementation and sustainability. So these are the prompts that were provided by the state and that we took to our various groups. And one of the things that we looked at is progress in developing capacity of the staff to build these trusting relationships. And we feel like we're doing great at the welcoming site, but we're not necessarily developing a ton of capacity. We haven't done district-wide training on these kind of things. And so that is an area where we're kind of at initial implementation and we would really like to grow. Same thing with supporting those assets that our families are bringing to the school, their culture, their language, all the things that the children and the families can do. And so that's another area that we really feel is an initial implementation and that we have room to grow. And same thing with the two-way communication. We are very good at sending information. We want to make sure that parents are understanding the mechanisms by which we can provide two-way communication. And so that really came out in our focus groups as well. Our LCAP, our 322-page LCAP, has a goal, and that goal 5 is around parent involvement, and it includes decision-making and participation, as well as the provision of translation and interpretation, because that is critical for our second language families to be able to participate. And then we've highlighted a growth in the workshops we're providing that's linked to the social and emotional growth and learning. And as Ms. Bowler was mentioning with the PTA-sponsored series, it continues again. So we have additional programs offered at various school sites, Parent Institute, School Smarts, there's Challenge Success, elementary site-based English language arts and mathematics, so that parents are really seeing what the kids are learning, and that's site by site. We have the Parent Education Series, and we didn't want to forget Pursuing Victory with Honor, so thank you, Dr. B, for reminding me of that. This is a snapshot from the survey that shows parent respondents about being given resources to support their kids in the areas that they need. And we have all the way from an 82% respondent of agree and strongly disagree in English language development, all the way down to some engineering support in middle and high school. So you can see a range of responses in terms of being able to support learning at home. So for building partnerships for student outcomes, we took a critical look at where we are, and we really feel like there's some room to grow here, especially in terms of providing our professional learning and supporting our families. We think that there's a lot of work to be done there, and we're excited to embark on some of that. So we feel like that is at a beginning phase, whereas I think reflected in the survey responses prior, we're at an initial implementation of providing resources at home, but that sliding scale, if it was just English language arts and reading and ELD, we would have probably been higher, but in an acknowledgement of the other areas, we felt it was more appropriate to really rank it as an initial implementation, beginning. And then the policies and programs for teachers to meet with families and students. We have opportunities at the elementary level, a lot of opportunities, but we also felt like exploring at the secondary level, making sure that we're having those opportunities for families to meet. Although School Loop is working great, we want to make sure that we have that in place. And then supporting our families to understand and exercise their legal rights. We provide the required documentation in the registration process, in our annual notices, and our student handbooks, English and Spanish, it's all available, but we want to make sure that the parents really understand it. So there's a difference between handing it over and then making sure that they're really understanding what their rights are. And then in terms of seeking input for decision making, we felt like this was a solid initial implementation in terms of building our capacity to engage our families and advisories, helping to understand their role in decision making versus input providing, building that capacity of supporting the family members, and then making sure that, that we're providing those opportunities for underrepresented families to really engage and understand how their voices can be heard. And then lastly, making sure that we're bringing all voices to the table as we're planning our activities at the school site as well as the district. We feel like we've done a pretty good job at getting parent input on the parent education series, on some of our DLAC topics are always parent generated along with the compliance requirements. And then we have our superintendent's parent advisory. We want to make sure we're providing that same level of support for everyone in developing site level activities. This is our survey results in terms of, these are our survey results in terms of looking at when parents are invited to participate in advisories. And so you can see of those who responded, they knew that they were invited and encouraged to participate in our advisories. And so for priority 3, we measured and reported. So we met. Oh, good job. I'm going to bring out my pom-poms. All right, and now I am very pleased to bring up a very special guest star, all the way from Sacramento today. Dr. Phil D'Agostino is going to talk with us about school climate.
Good evening, President Metoyer, Vice President Floor, Dr. Navarro, and board members. As you know, school climate is a very big priority of the various priorities in the LCAP, something that you have dedicated a specific district board priority to. So happy to report some of the results that we have here in the LCAP. As you know, one of the things that we do is survey, and so there's 2 instruments that we use, want to make you aware of, and there's a specific LCAP survey that is used for 7th through 12th graders, and then the California Healthy Kids Survey, or the CHICS as it's also called, and we do that at 5th grade, 7th grade, 9th, and 11th grade. This is something that we use for a variety of reasons, perceptions of school safety and connectedness, but also to plan resources and resource allocation, personnel allocation, as well as development of school safety plans and other programs. So there's 3 areas. School connectedness, meaning the ability of the student to feel comfortable at school, to feel like they are a part of the school, to feel like they are respected by school personnel, caring adults, teachers and staff members who take a vested interest in the overall success and holistic development of the student, and then high expectations. And those high expectations aren't just academic, they are also social, emotional, and behavioral. High expectations about kindness and courtesy and respect. According to the guidebook, in terms of understanding the results of the California Kids Survey, I just wanted to let you know that the research on promoting achievement emphasizes 2 critical conditions: caring, supportive communities, and a culture that is rooted in high expectations. And I think certainly if we tie this back into the report that Mr. Knights gave earlier, I think we are very much committed to high expectations for all of our students. So some highlights of the school connectedness features of the California Healthy Kids Survey. As you can see here, the rankings in terms of what the students were asked to respond to had to do with high, moderate, or low responses. And as you can see here, without having to go into detail on all of these, we have some pretty significant solid responses in the area of feeling close to people at school, happy to be at the school, feeling connected to the school, and that the school treats students safely.
And fairly.
When we look more specifically at caring adults across the board, high 80s and 90s in terms of the percentage of all of the respondents with respect to adults who really care about me, notice when I'm not there, and listen to me. And then the third area, high expectations, as I mentioned earlier, again, all in the 90s and higher with respect to a teacher or an adult who affirms the student, who has high expectations for the student, wanting them to do their best, and believe that they can be successful. Also reporting you tonight is some of the LCAP survey results. Now, again, this is a much larger population of students who are taking this particular survey. When we look at friends belonging at the school, being treated fairly at the school, we are in the 60s or 70% areas of those particular responses. So if we look at areas of improvement, one of the things that came out in the survey that both Vanessa and I see is that while we have high priorities, while we have significant positive results in the area of high priorities to make students feel safe at school, and students' academic success is influenced by emotional and behavioral well-being, truancy prevention training for teachers and administrators seems to be an area of growth that we need to probably focus on a little bit more. So as you know, we have a truancy prevention process. We have a letter system, an automated letter system. We also have a SARB hearing process, and then we also work with Orange County Probation and the District Attorney's Office. Almost all of the students, for those of you who are on the SARB panel know very well, almost all of the students who come to us being SARB'd are presenting with other issues. Anxiety, depression, school refusal, parental dysfunction, family dysfunction, sibling dysfunctions. All of these things create a tapestry of concerns, if you will, that has to be dealt with, and that's probably something where we can utilize and collaborate with teachers and administrators through more training and professional development. Another area of potential improvement, we have just about 37% of the staff that agree that their school has enough resources to support mental health and well-being.
Yep.
Gee, I don't know that we've, is that something that's been on our radar for quite a while?
Yeah.
Yes, it is something that we've always been concerned about. As you know, there's been a strong initiative this year to look at hiring additional staff. Student Services is also in the midst of looking how we can create a stronger and more robust mental health architecture in terms of personnel. We've hired one behavior specialist already. There is a vision to look at hiring other personnel. All of this in the effort to not only support the academic side of students, but to support the social, emotional, and behavioral needs as well. So that is something that we are very mindful of. We appreciate this information. We know it's there, and we're working to address it.
Can I ask a question? I put my
Oh, sure, sorry.
Because Dr. D'Agostino's up there. Dr. D'Agostino. Why do I have such a problem saying your
I
name?
don't know, Mrs. Snow. We haven't known each other very long.
No, I know.
Yeah, really.
Okay, so the initial 4 pages were findings from 2017-18 from the California Healthy Kids Survey. But then the 2018-19 LCAP survey, those results are much lower. And so where did you get those results from?
So the 2018-2019 LCAP survey, and correct me if I'm wrong, Vanessa, but the 2018-2019 survey has a student survey population of somewhere between 3,500 and 3,700 respondents.
Okay.
Number one, and that's
Great.
all 7th through 12th.
Thank you.
7
So
through
all
12.
7 through 12.
Secondary.
So as you know, the larger the population,
Sure.
the larger the population we survey, the more distributed the responses are going to be. So
Was it about the same for the LCAP survey in 2017-18?
There were just about the same number of
Just about the same number. It was the.
Were the results the same?
Was the results around the same, higher, similar? Okay. Okay, thank you.
I think, one way to look at those LCAP survey results in 2018, 2019, I think that there is a segment of our student population that we want to try to bring in and get our arms around in terms of social emotional support, especially at the middle and high school levels. I think every time I talk to colleagues, the idea of any of us being transported back to middle and high school today is something that we would not really want to do. It's such a challenging time in the lives of our youth with everything that's going on and the power of social media and the dangers of those kinds of influences and the increasing intensity of drugs and the prevalence of drugs in our community. These are challenges that every public school and every school district is dealing with on a variety of different levels. That's why we collaborate, and that's why we go to conferences, and that's why we try to glean best practices and work with our stakeholder groups to try to find ways to move things forward. So our mental health task force has been a very positive instrument for guiding the district mental health professionals, working with human resources and working with our ed division collaboratively, creating more integration across that in a multi-tiered system is something we're endeavoring. And so I think we're moving in the right direction.
I do too. I mean, it's certainly a focus for us. Thank you. I just wanted that clarification.
And so, as Vanessa said, we have also measured, and we just reported. And so we've met our standard.
Mrs.
Thank you.
Fleur has a question before
Yes,
you
ma'am.
leave.
Yeah, on your last slide about the need for improvement to address the mental health and substance abuse, it's amazing that the teachers have been doing an outstanding job in this area with little resources. But the parents, what I want to say is that the parents and the students, while the staff said 37% agree, 69% of the parents and 63% of the students are saying, boy, what my staff and what my teachers and what my school are doing are really helping. Are we able to delve deeper into, are we able to ask what it is that the teacher, not the teachers, but the parents and the students feel are the most impactful in terms of receiving the help that they believe that they're getting?
Yeah, I mean, most definitely. I think it's definitely an area for us to explore, and we can certainly look into that and find ways. I can work with Vanessa for us to delve into that a little bit deeper. I think the validity of all of those statements, I don't want to speculate here and now. I do have some experience as a former teacher and administrator and district administrator and been in this district for quite a while. I think all of the statements made and the percentages are very valid. To deconstruct it right now off the cuff wouldn't be fair to any group, but can we do more? Is 63% of our parents or 63% and 69% of our parents good enough? I'd like to see those higher. And certainly, Student Services is committed to supporting our teachers in the classroom. That's why we have moved to push forward with a new architecture that moves towards the gen ed side first. Instead of allocating all of our resources intensely to tier 3, how about we try to become more proactive on the tier 1 and tier 2 side, so we don't have this lopsided curve of services? That's something we're looking at very closely, and we think we're gonna move the needle on that.
Well, again, I'll just get on my soapbox, but until you can address the issues of substance and alcohol and all of those abuses, you really can't attack the academics, because it is so overriding a child's mental health and growth.
Agreed.
And so I'm hoping that we can get some support in that area. So
Agreed.
great, thank you.
Mrs. Black.
Yeah, I wanted to know, I would like in the future some, a report or information from our teachers to find out, like when they talk about, I know Mr. Metcalf has more mental health, support, but I would like to know, do they feel they need training and support, or do they need resources in, capturing the student and taking them out, or, I would love to know what that is, because we are throwing money at this, substantial money. And so I would like to have a little bit, anything, more mental health providers. Well, that's great, but, but what do, I think we need,
more
a
training.
teacher task force. I mean, I would like to hear, how we can really specifically, help. Because when we go into our budget time and we're looking at the needs, it would be nice for us to know, because I know we have how many new staff in the last year
In
that
the
we
last
brought
2
in?
years, yeah.
Quite a few.
Yeah. No, like over 10.
Yeah, in terms
Yeah.
of this area.
And-
Oh, yeah, just in the area of mental health supports?
Yeah. Yeah.
Absolutely, yeah.
And when I was a teacher, I wouldn't have been real upset if we didn't have one at grade level. I mean, it is a daunting task for a
It's daunting
teacher.
times, too.
Yes, but for a teacher who's not trained in that field. And so, but we just can't hire a bunch of people that are trained. We also have to train teachers so that we have a partnership going, because we have to do both, because there's just not enough money for it to go everywhere.
Well, even our students, I serve on a student advisory, and last year, as you know, this was a big issue for them, and mainly because they're concerned about their peers, but they're also, concerned about themselves having,
You don't wanna miss a
a
kid.
full time of education in their academic classes that they're doing. And so it was they were pretty articulate about, their concerns about their peers. So, anyway, but I know you know this because we've talked about it.
We've talked about it.
Yes.
But it would be nice, Dr. Navarro, if, because I know you're great at pulling that stuff in, it would be nice to, work with the associations, all of them, even our support staff and whatnot, just to find out, I'd like to know what they,
Think they want, what they want.
specifically how they can help. Thanks.
Mrs. Bartow.
Thank you for this, Phil and Vanessa. One thing we've kind of talked about a very little bit as a board is having a thought exchange, and I'd love to put this in
would be a good
along with that. I think
Yeah,
that would give some really
exactly.
good results and some feedback.
Yeah, that'd be a good one.
Thank you.
She stole my how.
Good job. Good job. Mrs. Yelsey.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, we all feel really passionate about this particular priority. And we've talked about this before too, Dr. DiAgostino, but when I look at a lower percentage of staff agreeing there's enough support, personally, I think it's because they objectively can see these kids while they're there at school
Yeah,
every day.
exactly.
And they have a better read on it. And although I really feel we should do as much as we can to help, I firmly believe parents need to take more of a role in this, and I haven't seen that in many respects. And I think it's a tough task. to do.
You can't do everything. Ms. Anderson.
I want to echo Mrs. Yelsey. I agree, and I thank you, Phil, for taking a really active role in this. I think when Orange County has the highest rate of mental health needs in the nation, as a school district, we have to change perspective and really triage. This is of ultimate importance. So I thank you for continuing to redirect and remind us and create systems for that.
Thank you.
think we're done.
Yeah, thank you.
No, we're, no.
I'm going to pass it now back to
With this
Vanessa.
number, with
who will
priority
continue.
6.
Thank you for that information.
Our passion
Thank you.
lies in
We
this.
didn't mean to excite you. We are 4/5 of the way there. So just one more to go. We are on priority 7, which is about course access. And this is a course access to a broad course of study. And so we wanted to highlight for everyone what the difference is between the elementary and secondary broad course of study and what is included in statute. And so how the district assesses ourselves is we're looking at the overall outcomes. We're looking at our graduation rates, and not just the graduation, but also those who are eligible for UC and CSU. We're looking at the CTE pathways that we're offering, our LCAP survey results, and then our VAPA opportunities. One of the things we want to remind everyone is that our default course of study for all of our elementary students is the full range of the instructional program, which includes music, PE, and science, and we're very proud of that in our district. And also that for our English learner students, 30 minutes or more of designated English language development according to proficiency levels, whereas in the rest of their studies, they are with their peers and they are not grouped according to proficiency levels. And for our students with an IEP, we continue to thrive with an inclusive model approach, where we're trying to have as many students as possible included with their general education peers. And for the students who need a particular special program, we do have unique learning system, which can provide individualized instruction for each child, and we provide it in an appropriate setting according to their IEP. So some of our results for our graduation rates for all of our students, you can see above, for our English learner students, we did increase over last year, as well as our low income. If anyone's looking at DataQuest and looking at year over year, just a little asterisk for those of us who are geeks like me. Last year, they changed the calculation, so it is different than in prior years. So just if you want to take a look at that.
So we can't compare last year to this year?
They had to make adjustments.
Gotcha.
Yes. And with our graduating seniors, just graduating is one glimpse, but we're also looking at when the students graduate, how many of them also graduate with their A to G UC-CSU requirements intact. And so that number is 58.7%, and something that we would definitely like to improve upon. And for our English learner students, as mentioned earlier this evening, students who are graduating as an English learner mean they never met the reclassification requirements, or they arrived so late in their schooling that it would be very, very difficult for them to reclassify. And so again, all the students who reclassified are not included in that English learner group. And then, go ahead.
No, finish your.
Oh, and then for our low-income students, we also had 45.6%, which is an increase over the prior year.
I didn't know when you were going to breathe. On the cohort thing, one of the things what I had to learn was that our graduation rates look higher when the high schools report their graduation rates, and we're all excited because they're usually in the high 90s. And what I found out was because the cohorts mean if that child was there as a freshman, that they still had to be there as a senior. So if they moved, it didn't drop off. Now they didn't graduate. So it kind of tweaks the scores. And so it's not that they necessarily dropped out. They're just no longer there when they graduate. So that's what I was told, why the numbers why there was a discrepancy. So. Because I know that at Costa Mesa, I was looking because they had a 98%, but then cohort group, they had a 94%. And I went,
Well, you might have been looking at the difference between a one-year graduation rate and the four-year, but the four-year is supposed to be a matched cohort. And so that would be through the CalPads, and they've gone back and looked at all the students who would have been continuously enrolled. And then if they happen to say that they were transferring somewhere, there's a code for them, and then we assume that they're going to get picked up somewhere else. But if they end up not enrolling like they said they would, CalPads knows. And so then CalPads makes them a dropout for us. So I think that's probably what you're alluding to.
That's not fair, but that's right.
Yes. We are very proud of our CTE pathways. We have 8 of them, and there's been a couple tweaks in the names. I don't recall where they were, but very proud of our pathways. We have the CTE completers, and those are the kids who ran the full course. We are always inching towards making that a higher number, but we also recognize sometimes kids go into a pathway and they decide that's not for them, and that's okay. So we recognize that, and we're very proud of, again, the large number of secondary VAPA classes we provide. We did ask parents, staff, and students about the extent to which kids are encouraged to take A to G classes and have academic plans and participate in college preparatory assessments. And so we're really proud of the high response rates in those regards. And part of our charge in the dashboard is to identify barriers to kids fully participating in a complete course of study. And so some of the things that we recognize are that having full and complete access to our integrated interventions, which is not just academic, but behavioral and social emotional, as well as we're continuing to look at varied grading and homework practices throughout the district and make sure that we're trying to continue to dialogue about consistency. And we also want to continue to look at the options kids have when they fail classes. What are the reasons behind it, and how can we support them to be successful, learn the material, and earn the credits? And then also a recognition that kids who arrive here later in their academic careers, especially if they have interrupted schooling, it's very difficult to put them on a trajectory toward an on-time graduation. In terms of informing the LCAP development, we are focusing heavily on our multiple tiered systems of supports and really building out those interventions that we mentioned on the previous slide, and then continuing to provide that broad course of study as our default and help support students as they may see some challenges in that default, and continue to provide our robust CTE pathways and have kids know that they have great options with really engaging activities and programs. And then lastly, to continue to provide both in-class intervention as well as the supplemental classes and tutorial support to help kids outside of the classes, and then make sure that we do have summer remediation and enrichment in place. When we're thinking about our English learners, we want to continue to explore our scheduling options for our newcomer students and try and find those right combinations about getting them as much access to core, as much access to language development as we possibly can, and then also give them the core content supports that they need while providing teachers the supports with how to scaffold for students at varying proficiency levels. And then lastly, we want to continue to review our effectiveness of our English language development levels 2 and 3 as we're partnering them with English language arts classes so that we're supporting their core academic access as well as their language development needs. And in terms of our students with an IEP, we want to continue our inclusive practices, refine those, support all of our teachers and the aides and the kiddos in those experiences, and then continue to provide consistent collaboration with the gen ed teachers so that we're really helping support everyone, but wanting to have our kids have as much access to a broad course of study as possible. So, my friends, we've measured and reported and met on course access. And so for all of these 5 priorities, we've measured and reported and we've met. You made it.
Do we have any more questions?
No, thank you.
Oh, yes, Mrs. Black.
Yeah, I just need to congratulate you. We've had a lot of reports, and they're usually pretty terrific. But you actually report on what you have witnessed and been to. I've been at the DLAC meetings and student advisories and, parent meetings, and you're there. And you're in the trenches, and I know you meet with staff and teachers and support staff. And so really, we're really grateful to have you a part of our team. And good job. It's a great report. Thanks.
Thank you. Board?
Yeah.
Would anyone like a short break?
Yes, please.
Okay.
5 minutes.
5 minutes?
5 minutes.
Mrs. Black, we are going to, 5 minutes. I'll say 7:45. I will
Okay.
hit the gavel.
We've been in this
Thank you.
seat for 5 minutes.
Short break. Action, Mrs. Black.
Okay. Somebody took my cheat sheet, but I have it. It's okay. On action item. This is an opportunity for the public to address the board on action items. The consent calendar, resolution consent calendar, discussion action calendar. Per board policy 9323, each individual speaker will have 3 minutes, and speakers may not cede unused minutes to other speakers. And there is a maximum of 20 minutes of comments per topic. With board consent, the president may increase or decrease the time allowed for public comments, depending on the topic and the number of persons wishing to speak. The board, staff, or members of the public may request that a specific item on consent be moved to discussion action. Requests to move consent items must be received prior to the time the board takes action on the consent calendar. All comments are recorded in full on the meeting video record. When addressing the board, it is helpful if you state your name and address for the video record.
Thank you. We have one comment, and it's Dr. Dowdy, and it says 9A. Was that on the minutes? Yes. Okay, just want to make sure the number was right. That's my first minute question.
Good evening. I'm Britt Dowdy, President of the Newport Mesa Federation of Teachers. Good evening, Mrs. Matoye, President of the Board, members of the board, Dr. Navarro, members of the community. I was hoping to have gotten these comments prior to adoption of the minutes, but I understand how we're receiving comments at this time. The October 7th minutes, which were approved, it articulates what people spoke about during public comment time. And basically what it says is the person's name, and it says something like they talked about blank topic. But it doesn't actually state what their position was, whether they were in favor or against a topic.
Right.
And the reason that I think that it should reflect those positions is because that has happened before. When we as teachers and members of NMFT spoke at the Isaac School Board meetings back in November 15th of 2018, each of our positions was stated, whether we supported or opposed the question on the minutes. So if these persons who are behind me have waited hours to give their comments at public hearing or a public comment, their position should be part of the record. And their position, whether they support or oppose something, should be part of that record, because this is the official record that exists. And the reason I bring it up is because it could appear to some that if we have collective opinions that are in favor of what the board's position is, it's documented. And if we have positions that are in opposition to what the board wants, it's not documented. Thank you.
You're welcome. Can I speak to that? I think we should put it in. I know, but if we put it in, okay, I'm fully aware that our official minutes are the video report, which does take a while. We know we've been over that. But if we're going to print them at all, then we should print them consistently. So I have no problem. Does anyone have a problem with nope. So
As long as they declare, as long as
It's
it's
clear-
easily discernible that they are
for or against whatever issue. Thank you very much. Thank you for your comments, Dr. Dowdy. Would you like us to bring them back to at the November meeting amended? That would be great. Thank you. Okay.
Okay, so you want a motion to read it? Do we have to, by consensus?
Do we have to undo that?
Yeah. Can we, you need a
Okay,
motion?
yes.
Move to,
Amend. Amend the minutes?
it's not even amend the minutes, it's sending it back. Reconsider.
Public comment.
That's it, reconsider the minutes of what is it?
October 7th.
It was October 7th.
October 7th.
Was it the 7th or the 20th? Yeah, the 7th.
Move to bring back for reconsideration.
I'll second that.
Okay, it was moved by Mrs. Flor, seconded by Mrs. Black to reconsider the minutes of October 7th, 2019. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? 7-0. We'll get to do them again. Thank you, Dr. Dowdy. That was a good catch. No other comments on the consent calendar? Then in that case, do I have a motion to approve the consent calendar?
So move.
I didn't hear who moved. Mrs. Black?
Second?
There was somebody else that seconded it first.
Mrs. Yelsey.
Moved by Mrs. Black, seconded by Mrs. Yelsey. Get going, end of the line. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Okay, 7-0. Public hearing and resolution adoption. Mr. Drake.
Yes, this is the annual event of us verifying with you that we went through the process to ensure that there are enough instructional materials and supplies in our schools for each of our students. And we had no findings. There were enough of everything.
Okay, do I have a motion?
So move.
Whoops.
Wait, that was
Wait,
the
this is the hearing.
This is the
Hold on.
public hearing.
I'm opening the hearing. Do we have any comments? We have no comments. I'm closing the hearing.
Move adoption of Resolution 09-1019 in compliance with requirements of Education Code Sections 60119 and 60422B, sufficiency of textbook and instructional materials.
Second.
It was moved by Mrs. Flor, seconded by Mrs. Bartow. All those in favor?
No.
Oh, roll call vote.
Ms. Metoyer?
Yes.
Ms. Fleur?
Yes.
Ms. Black?
Yes.
Ms. Yelsey?
Yes.
Ms. Anderson?
Yes.
Ms. Bartow?
Yes.
Ms. Snow?
Yes.
Okay, 7-0. Resolution consent calendar. We have 3 items on the calendar, and we are voting for them independently, or do we have?
Yes, we are.
Oh, there it is, sorry, it's, if we voted on my little thing has it, if we voted on them together. It's 17A, and a.
Move
Mrs.
adoption of
Thank you.
Resolution 1019 in support of the United Way campaign.
Second?
It's been moved by Mrs. Yelsey, Mrs. Flor, seconded by Mrs. Black. All those in, roll call vote again.
Ms. Metoyer?
Yay.
Ms. Fleur?
Yes.
Ms. Black?
Yes.
Ms. Yelsey?
Yes.
Ms. Anderson?
Yes. Yes.
Ms. Bartow?
Yes.
Ms. Snow?
Yes.
7-0. Resolution 17B, do we need to have Mrs. Leary come up and explain that to us?
Ms. Leary is not present this evening.
Then it would be
She's,
hard for her to do that.
Yeah, so it will be hard for her to do that, but just so you know, the initial amount of funds that we were receiving from the state has been adjusted, and we're receiving about $100,000 more than the initial projection in the spring of last year. And that's for all of our state preschools.
Yay, state's preschools. Do we have a motion?
Yes, second.
Ms. Anderson moved. Do we have a second?
Second.
Mrs. Bartow seconded it. Let's keep it in busy.
Yay.
Roll call vote.
Ms. Metoyer?
Yes.
Ms. Fleur?
Yes.
Ms. Black?
Yes.
Ms. Yelsey?
Yes.
Ms. Anderson?
Yes.
Ms. Bartow?
Yes.
Ms. Snow?
Yes.
Discussion action calendar. We have some comments on discussion action. We need to move and second and then just hear discussion. So let's start with 18A. Mr. Holcomb.
Thank you, President Metoyer. Ada Zaresny is here this evening to go over this item with you, give you a short description of it. As you know, many of our schools support our local community members and our parents and our students, our staff, provide extra support to our schools through gifts and donations. And so one of the things we've been working on is helping to make sure that everyone is aligned in their understanding of where we are with a particular project like this. So this is one that's been in the works for quite some time, and we're very pleased that everybody's worked together, come up with, we all think, a very good idea. So if you approve this project tonight, then Mr. Halt, who is also here, and his staff can start the process of raising funds to complete the project. Mr. Esney?
Good evening, President Metoyer, Board, Dr. Navarro, Executive Cabinet, and guests. So I am going to invite Michael Halt up here, principal of Estancia High School, and I'm going to talk about the process, and he gets to do the fun stuff. So for a change, I'm going to do the boring stuff. So like Tim said, we're working with the school site on this project for a long time now. It's been over a year and a half. And so we do have to give kudos to Estancia for engaging facilities before they built something. So major kudos to Michael and his team. We appreciate that quite a bit. And so when they had proposed a project to us, they engaged our team, they had a committee put together, and so we've been meeting with them for over a year and a half to really establish what the project is and where it would go. And so one of the elements of it was us kind of pushing them back a little bit because we didn't know where the theater was going to go. And so, of course, that causes a little bit of frustration, but we've worked through it, and now that we know where the theater is going, the location originally proposed is completely out of the discussion. So we're looking at a new location adjacent to where we infilled the old pool. And so now we've been able to have kind of a better thought out project, and it'll be in cooperation with what we're doing in the old infill area. So as we talked about what the project would be initially, there were a lot of elements that were going to require DSA and ADA improvements. And so we've kind of steered the group to looking at other improvements that won't trigger DSA. And so that's where we're at right now. So as we went along and we talked about what the project would be, another thing that we're trying to get better about is talking to all the other departments and figuring out who else it was going to impact. So we've brought maintenance and operations into the conversation because, of course, everything we build, they have to take care of, right? So we tried to make sure that we talked about what the long-term responsibilities would be for maintaining the new improvement and making sure that the materials that we selected were appropriate. And so we've gone through that process, which is why we're here tonight, to let you know that facilities, maintenance, and operations, we support the project, but mostly so that you know there's going to be fundraising efforts happening. You're going to hear about this project. And one of the things that I'm sensitive to for school site requested projects is if a board member walks on this campus, are they going to see something and say, why didn't I know about that? So that's kind of my threshold for these type of presentations to you, is something that's going to make a big impact and make sure that you're on board with that. So one of the things that I just want you to know is that as we go through this project, we will be establishing an overall budget for the project, which will be funded by the school site. And we won't enter into any contracts until those funds have been received, deposited into an account line so that the district can issue contracts. And of course, all those contracts would come to you for board approval first. So this is just letting you know a project's happening, staff's gonna work on it, and we're all working on it together. So I'll let Michael talk about kind of how they thought of the project and the efforts that they're going to do for fundraising and other elements from the school site perspective.
Thank you, Ada. I appreciate your kind words as well as your support. As Ada mentioned, this project began about a year ago when a group of influential alumni, community members, parents, and staff came together to try to figure out how we could do a better job of honoring our past, inspiring our students today, and showcasing our pride to our community. And so the concept that we have is creating a Heritage Hall of Fame. As Ada mentioned, it would be in that walkway between the gym and the old pool deck. That's one of the most transited corridors on the campus, and if you've walked that corridor, you know it's also one of the bleakest corridors on the campus. So more than just changing the look of one walkway, it really is that chance to sort of, again, honor the past and inspire our students today. If you've been on that corridor, you know there's a series of panels between the pillars. Each of those panels will have high-impact graphics that denote the generations from the school establishment in the 60s through today. Below those high-impact graphics will be custom-made display cases made of some pretty cool metal material in which they will be able to showcase memorabilia through the decades, as well as be the future placements for individuals selected to the Estancia Hall of Fame. We wouldn't be able to do it without the great support of our alumnus and community members. They're committed to making sure this project works. We realize this will be as a pay-as-you-go system. They have I think, an inspiring and aggressive fundraising plan that will allow donors to have their names in lighted elements along the hallway, which will frame the display cases.
Oh, that's great.
It won't be just simply a fundraising mechanism, but truly a great way to inspire people to be active in the support of this project. And we appreciate the support that Ada and her staff have given us, and we look forward to your support tonight.
Wow, pretty
I wanted
nice.
to add one other thing. So some of the questions that we asked the school site is, okay, what's going in there? Who's going to make sure that it's fresh and, you know, things are being taken care of? And so they have talked about having a curator for what the contents are to make sure that it's always taken care of. So they've already thought ahead of all of those type of things. And as we get further in the project, we'll be able to present some of that to you as well.
Cool.
Great.
Point of order. Do I take community before board?
Put the motion on the table.
I don't care.
Oh, we have to put the motion on the table.
Yes.
Okay. Do we have a motion to approve the Estancia Hall of Fame?
I move to approve the Estancia Hall of Fame.
Thank you. I expected that.
I
Do
second it.
Thank you. I would have expected that too. So it was moved by Mrs. Snell, seconded by Ms. Anderson, and now Mrs. Snell.
I just wanted to ask if, are you forming, maybe you don't know this yet, are you forming a committee to come together and talk about how this will be, what it'll look like, what high-impact graphics are?
Absolutely. No, we've already established the leadership committee for the
good.
Estancia Hall of Fame. I could gladly share with you the names of the people.
I
if
would
you'd
love
like.
to know, yeah.
Absolutely.
I think I know some couple of them.
Nosy ones want to know.
You know, the alumnus are Jim Balding, who's the chief architect and owner of the Ant Group, and he's been key in designing of the Hall of Fame. John Ursey from Newport Rib, Jeff
yeah.
Gasper from On Design Edge, or On Edge Design, will be helping with the final graphics. Former and current parents include Dean Abernathy, Rick Kapko, and Estancia mainstays such as Robin Mensinger, Heidi Beth, and Chris Ray, as well as community members such as Gordon Bowley and his friends from Costa Mesa United. Staff members include Mike Vargas, Nate Golrich, and Tim Tulsa.
What a great committee. Okay, that's perfect.
It's called the Hall of Fame Association.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
That's the formal name.
So are they forming a nonprofit or? so
Yeah,
that
correct.
they
Yeah,
can-
501
okay.
or 503C.
Okay.
And they have a webpage that they're awaiting positive support, and then that'll go live with the fundraising mechanisms.
That is so great.
Wow.
Yeah,
That's
I've heard about this going on, and I wondered what happened, but you
Yeah, we-
explained
we-
it perfectly.
Making sure it was right.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
that's a perfect hallway, too. I mean, because the
It really
students
is,
coming
yeah.
out of that area, that new area that they can have lunch in, will
Absolutely.
see that. That's
We
great.
appreciate Ada and her staff socializing it with the architects who are going to be designing that new area, so that way the things go together perfectly.
Will that also be, I know you can go in that door. I don't know if that door is going to be closed off, but when you go, I know you prefer people come in that other door to go to games, basketball.
We certainly did prefer the way, and once this comes online, yes, we look at
Well, the
changing
theater's gonna
the
be there
traffic
now,
flow.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Great.
We were trying to steer people out of that dark alley, but now, once it becomes what we want it to be, we'll open it up for better traffic.
That's great. That's
Thank you.
wonderful. Really excited.
Congratulations, that's great.
Mrs. O'Meara. Well, she's on her way up. No, you keep walking. I'm just going to talk while you're walking up. My thing is like a half a second. I appreciate this process. Your thinking is absolutely perfect. You have no idea how many times you can walk into school and go, I didn't know they were going to do this. Yeah. And it's either, this is really cool, or why did they do this? So this is, no, keep coming, because I'll just stop when you get up here. Mrs. O'Meara. Mrs. O'Meara. Keep coming, because I'll stop when you get here.
Is she coming for talk?
Yes, she has, you have 18A as one of your things to talk about.
Do you want us to sit now?
Just maybe stand over to the side, just in case she has. Go. Go.
Good evening, Dr. Navarro and President Matoya and everyone else. Thank you for finally placing on the agenda for a discussion action item to return the public comments to the beginning of the meeting.
That's
That's the next one.
That's the next one.
That's 18B.
That's 18B. But thank you. Don't go far, because it'll be coming up. It said Estancia Hall of Fame, oh, you were going, you put that on. The number was off. You're good.
If I could make one comment before I switch the
please.
microphone. I just want to take this opportunity to thank NMFT for their support for the food drive for veterans. I'll say as a veteran of three combat tours, I truly appreciate their effort to help my fellow brothers who are struggling this time of year.
Do we have any further discussion on the Estancia Hall of Fame?
Timeline.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? 7-0, yay, Hall of Fame. We'll move in second, and then you'll get to talk. We have to wait for a second, so just hang, be cool. 18B, discuss request to move community input on non-agenda items to earlier in the board meeting. And we have a bunch for that one, so, but you're first. Blah, 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 blah. Motion.
What's a motion for?
The motion
We
is.
don't need it. We don't have a motion
It's a
yet.
discussion action, so
We don't need a
we
motion
don't need it yet. We're just going, we're going to discuss first. Got it. Okay, then I'll do community. Now, Mrs. O'Meara, it's your turn.
Okay, thank you.
And you're welcome.
Thank you again for allowing the public to speak on a non-agenda item. It's been in the procedure for over 20 years to allow it to be at the beginning where it should be. The number of speakers at a board meeting has drastically declined in the last 10 months. There are 3 exceptions. Last year, there was a lot of people, half of Corona Del Mar came and talked about the math program. There were a lot of people, kids that came and talked about the calendar, which was great. We had a lot of students here. That's what I'd love to see. And then the other exception was last board meeting when there were a lot of teachers here, and there are a lot of teachers here tonight because they want to express something that they're frustrated about, which I think you should be listening to. So I think it's important to put that at the beginning of the meeting. The person next to me back there was checking papers. They shouldn't have to be grading papers in the middle of a meeting. They should be able to speak first. Speaking at the beginnings of the meetings is a procedure at Newport Beach, Costa Mesa City Council, and 6 neighboring school districts, because they want to hear the public concerns. I'm asking you, do you want to really hear what the public have to say, or do you want them to wait till the end? Parents should be able to speak at the beginning of meetings and then return home to monitor their homework and bedtime for their children. Teachers should be able to state their concerns and then return home to prepare for their next day of teaching and take care of their home responsibilities. Teenagers should be encouraged to attend and speak at school board meetings, but not come at this hour of night and start speaking. Young parents who want to speak should not have to spend $60, $75 on childcare in order to speak. Yes, you can respond in an email, but that, for example, the public would never know that all these teachers were unhappy, or they would not know that people were unhappy about the math program. So an email doesn't work. Tonight, you need to return the public comments to the beginning of the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Cynthia Blackwell, followed by Erica Roberts.
Who?
I said Cynthia Blackwell, followed by Erica Roberts.
Good evening. I'm here because I too want to see the comments move back to the beginning of the meeting. One of the reasons I like to see it move back to the beginning of the meeting is to sit through these mind-numbing presentations that you watch on the screen. Of course, the public can have everything up on the screen. And then you're thinking, you guys already have all that information. If you have questions, have a study session. Because we could see and post all this stuff up online. If I want to see what's going on, I'll read it online. But to sit here and spend an hour and 45 minutes when you have a room full of people that might want to talk, going over presentations that could be given to you at a study session again and or online would be a better use of your time. The other thing I want to bring up is the fact that neither CSEA or NMFT ever has a spot on the agenda. That is not right. These people represent all of your employees in this district. And the fact that they do not have an agenda item, the PTA person has an agenda item, well, that's great for PTA, but what if you're from a PFO school? I was working at a PFO school. I'd never seen a PFO person up here being allowed to talk. So that's not even having a fair playing field. Those student reports, as entertaining as they are, if I want to know what the sports, how the football team did, I'll look up the sports on the paperwork. I don't have to have them up here talking to me. You need to have time for the public to come up and talk to you about things that are concerns to us, put the NMFT and CSEA on the agenda as agenda people to talk, not just for 3 minutes. It's incomprehensible to me that so little care and concern is given for the people that are here day in, day out working for this district and don't even have the respect to have their leaders speak on their behalf for more than 3 minutes. So I just would like to bring them back to the front, put those guys on the agenda, and have all these reports done either at the very end or, like I said, online, have a little quick study session between meetings or do something different. Thank you.
After Erica, Lori Smith, and then Wendy Leese, and then Dr. Dowdy.
Good evening. My name is Erica Roberts, and I'm a resident of Newport Beach, a mom of 4 wonderful young children, a teacher, and a business owner. As you have been probably reminded, my husband and I came for many years to talk with the board. After that experience, we were forced to enroll them in private school. This was a very hard decision based on extensive meetings with executives about curriculum, public records being exposed, and just being highly disrespected. We felt we needed more, and we needed to protect our kids. They are thriving now, and we feel valued. Tonight, I would like to talk to you about item B. I don't even take my kids to the district, but I felt that it was very important that I come and speak to you about this. Public comment has been at the beginning of the agenda for over 20 years or so. Recently, you moved it all the way to the end of these very long, long meetings. You may have had a reason for doing this, but I would like to remind you that public comment is the one opportunity where the public, who's brave enough, gets to speak to you, our board, the one that has our best interest at heart. My husband and I tell our children that your actions and your words should match. Kindness and honesty go a long way. On your website right now, you are showcasing kindness within the district, and you're hoping for 1 billion acts of kindness. Your statement is clear. We know that within our community, we can do many great things to model for students how to simply be good people. We, the people that you are representing, are asking you to do that tonight. Do the right thing. Be the good example. Your words and actions should match. The site goes on, and it says kindness is not just something we teach in the district. It is an integral part of our values. I'm simply asking that each of you be a leader. Prioritize kindness and showcase your values. Do what is best for this community, and most importantly, remember that our words and our actions should always match. Your decision tonight should be easy. It shouldn't take much discussion. It should be kind. It should allow teachers, children, classified staff, our bus drivers, and parents to openly approach you with their concerns or their praise. Be kind and let these same people that you value get back to their young families. Like mine, I left mine tonight with a meal I had made so I could come be with you. They need to get back to their elderly spouses, or they need to get back home so they can do important work with their families so then they can get to their school tomorrow to help our kids. Keeping teachers until 10:30 at night and moving it all the way to the end because you need to do your business, it isn't right. And I would like to see you change that, please. My child said it best as I was leaving. She said, she's a teenager, and she said, "Mom, why would they do that? Why would they make the teachers stay so long?" And then she said, the teachers need to be ready for school, and they want to do their best for the kids. So that's from a 13-year-old. She's going to be a leader, and she gets it. So please do the right thing. Move it back. Listen to the people who got you into these positions. We understand it's a meeting for the board, but the board represents the people. Thank you so much.
Good evening. I'm Lori Smith, retired teacher, grandparent, and parent in the district. Thank you for this opportunity to speak regarding the change in community input. The short story behind the move of public comment on non-agenda items to the end of the meeting is that it's a new rule the board established this school year. But this is just one part of a much bigger story. Changes to public comment rules began a couple years back when the public started speaking out at board meetings in support of students, teachers, and parents after years of complaints were unheard regarding the SWAN math program. SWAN math is gone, but public participation at board meetings isn't, and that's a good thing. As we know, public participation is necessary for successful democracies. Since the school district is a public agency, everything in this room, every employee, and each one of you are here because of the public. That makes this the public's meeting. With this additional limit on public comment, you are disregarding and minimizing the voice of the very public that elected you, trusted you to provide the best education for our children, and to responsibly manage our tax dollars for that purpose. Those of you who know me know I hike. I spend a lot of hours on the trails with people from the community, some who are civic leaders. When the school district's problems come up in conversations, they don't blame the students, they don't blame the teachers, or the watchdogs of the district. They say, quote, Newport Mesa has a leadership problem. We all know that. So you can move public comment back, perhaps find middle ground and put part of it at the beginning, maybe 30 minutes like some districts, part at the end. But until leaders' attitudes and the district's culture changes, you won't have fixed your problem or your many others. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam President, members of the school board. My name is Wendy Lease, former board member, former city council member, parent, grandparent, almost 50-year resident of Costa Mesa. So why wouldn't you want to hear from the public? That's us, that's the taxpayers, the parents, the teachers, students, at a time convenient for us. Public engagement has always been a long-standing principle of all tax-supported public agencies when you do the business of the public in public. The public's right to speak is like the exercise of our First Amendment. In the first place, it's difficult, even for me, after I've been doing it for a long time. It's really, to get organized and speak before your honorable body is not the easiest thing, but what time ever is it? But here I am at 8:19 after teaching myself today, because what I have to say is important to you who work for me. And listening, as you're all doing very respectfully, is an art form on non-agenda items, because guess what? You listen, but you should take notes. Because then if it's a parent or a grandparent or a teacher or a student, you say, Superintendent, would you please follow up with that concern about the math program at 4th grade at Whittier? In other words, there's work to be done after you listen to us at a convenient time. I think, in closing, I think Ms. Flora and I went to Pennsylvania, Philadelphia one time, probably 20 years
Danforth
ago.
Foundation.
How many?
Yeah, it was with the Danforth Foundation.
Yeah, with the Danforth, on guess what?
Public engagement.
Public engagement. That was a long time ago. Things haven't changed. But for some reason, you decided that this was, your idea was better. Well, it's not working well, so please change. Thank you.
Good evening again. I'm Brett Dowdy, president of the Newport Mesa Federation of Teachers. And we've received feedback from multiple teachers in different formats related to this topic. And basically the gist is almost everyone has requested for public comment to move back towards the beginning of the meeting. Personally, I'm here until 10 or 10:30 or 8 or 8:30 or whatever time we finish anyway. So I'm happy to make my comments whenever. But with the people behind me, when they come, they would appreciate being able to make their comments, decrease their stress and anxiety, and then to be able to enjoy the rest of the meeting if they're able to stay, or to continue and prepare for work the next day. I would also like to state that since we're talking about public comment, I believe it is important for NMFT and CSEA to have a moment on the agenda because we are limited in the amount of time which we're able to speak. So when we have to give brief updates in 3-minute increments, it's a challenge for us to articulate the many different positive things that we have going on, like the Veterans Day food drive that's coming up at the OC Fairgrounds on November 9th. I have to weave it in here because I need to speak to other things later, which are more relevant to our members. And so there are things that we do related to legislation, or things that we do that are aligned directly with the work that's going on by the board as well. And we want to be able to speak to where we have alliances on things and minimize the times that we have to come and complain about something. So there is a conduit for that. And the best conduit, we think, would be for it to be integrated into the agenda. It may actually be able to help save some time during public comment as well.
Thank you. Okay, it's time for discussion. When this was originally, I'll lead it off. When I originally did this, I did talk to other board members. I did a straw poll, and we found that we were here very late, and we were working on so many things that were important board business that we have to make decisions on. And those decisions, we wanted to do as fresh as we possibly could do it because we're here, understandably, it's part of our job, from 2 to 3 o'clock in the afternoon until 6 o'clock, we're in closed session, and then we continue with our meeting. So we do have some important decisions to make and wanted to do that when we were fresh. And everybody that wanted to speak to anything on the agenda was taken right when it was relevant and appropriate, and we've done that all along. Personally, I don't like to stop someone from speaking 3 minutes. If we had, like we did that one time with the Corona Del Mar parents, we had like 35 parents. So they're planned their 3-minute speeches, and we said we can't do that many, we cut them down. I don't like to do that. I know what it's like to work hard to get that 3 minutes into 3 minutes. And I don't want to not have anybody speak. So I knew that I would let everybody who wanted to speak, and I'd let them speak their whole 3 minutes. But doing that at the beginning of the meeting pushes the rest of the meeting really late. So that's why I tried this. I thought it was a great idea. And up until probably June, we weren't leaving here at 10:30. We were leaving here no later than 9, so it wasn't all that terrible. However, due to recent times and lots of people, I absolutely said, yes, let's put it on the agenda and revisit it. That being said, board.
I think I have.
Oh, you did. Your light's on, Mrs. Snell. Good for you. Thank you. Brave woman.
While I do appreciate the fact that
there they go.
You
Sorry,
were
it's lighting
trying
up
to
now.
make we were trying to make the meetings more efficient by taking the business first. As I said when we put it on the agenda, I was very conflicted about this. I started thinking also about the community that comes to hear the boring report, but is actually interested in hearing for transparency, hearing these reports, the parents that want to speak on an agenda item. And I felt bad for those parents who have to wait until there's a lot of comments on things that aren't being addressed tonight. But, however, in looking at other schools, in listening to other community members, I believe that it's probably best to go back the way it was. With the caveat that people that are speaking on an agenda item don't have to wait till the agenda item, because they should have the priority of speaking early as well, to go home to their family if they don't want to wait. And so that would be my only caveat, that we include. I thought it was always that way, that you got the choice, but then it was pointed out to me, it says you speak when the agenda item comes up. So I think they should have the option to wait till the agenda item comes up or speak during generalized public comments.
Okay.
So I've switched all around, but I think it's important that the community has spoke, and I think we need to go back.
Ms. Bartow. I'm just going to work my way back up because everybody's lights on.
So you know me, I did my spreadsheet, and
Yes.
I went through the city councils and the basic aid school districts, and they do, by and large, have the, overwhelmingly the ones surrounding us have the community input prior to the reports at the beginning.
Prior to reports. I'm just writing down all the options.
And that's on agenda and non-agenda items.
So is it like Mrs. Snell's
Like Mrs.
suggestion?
Snell
You
said,
can
yeah.
talk about whatever it is you want to talk about? No
For
matter
3
what?
minutes.
Okay. Ms. Anderson.
As somebody who has very recently done public comment and had to wait for a long time, even before, sometimes it would take a while, and how nerve-wracking it is, it's really hard to do that. And I think it's, for some of our trustees haven't been in that role in a really long time. And so I think the earlier we can do it, the least amount of stress, the best way that we possibly can do it, I think is the way forward. I personally feel like we are public servants, and so I want to do, if a variety of people who are taxpayers in our district, that's how our district is funded, if we are accountable to the taxpayers. I want to hear, I love public comment. So for me, I think it's really valuable, and also as a former teacher, I mean, it's too late to go to even 8:30. If some people are grading, that directly impacts our own students. So I echo moving it with agenda items and non-agenda items to the beginning of the meeting.
Mrs. Yelsey.
When this was first brought up last year, I thought I'd go ahead with it because I too believe we're here for a long time, and your attention span and doing our business is probably better at the beginning of the meeting. But I agree that the public should have comments prior to the meeting. I actually would not mind, and in the same way, any comments. But I also wouldn't mind that, some people's 6 o'clock may not be a great time either. We could also have some public comments before our closed session. If people wanted to come that early, just to get them out of the way, they would be on the record. Obviously, we don't have as many people here at that time, but they could have comments at that time. So if, gauging on that, we could start.
For clarification's sake, before closed session, remember when I said we get here at 2 or 3 or 3:30 or 4? That's when closed session starts. So if for say, but the thing is that varies. So if you wanted to talk before closed session,
You'd have to look on the
really pay
agenda.
attention to the agenda and know when it was. And sometimes it would be before school gets out.
It's still published, it's also.
It's
But
still
there,
public,
but
it's-
there's other people who want to talk
Other
other
people
than
want to talk.
teachers.
I'm just the predominance of the audience today.
I'm just saying, if there, because 6 o'clock also may not, I mean,
6
some
o'clock may
people
not
may
work
object
either.
to that, so.
Right. If you get out at 2:15, 3 o'clock may be a great time to come. At one point, you were talking about splitting.
Yeah,
know?
and that's something I would consider, is putting 30 minutes of comments at the beginning, but then you get
Yeah.
10 people. For the most part, we don't have more, in general meetings, we don't have more than
Mm-hmm.
10 people talking. That would be fine, but then people would have to get here early to get their name in first, because it would be first come, first served. So
And
it
then
just
if
may
you
make.
didn't, then you would be waiting till the end of the meeting.
Yeah,
or
so
till the
it would
consent
make
item.
it probably easier for everybody to have it all
Got
at
it.
one time.
Ms. Black?
I actually enjoyed having, the community public comments in the beginning, because I knew, as a taxpayer and somebody that came to the board many times before there was online streaming, that I could then go back to my family. And so I could speak on anything, and I appreciated that. So I could speak on an agenda item, and I don't have a problem with it. The only thing that I've had, complaints about from the public is that when they come to our board to speak on an item, and they have to sit through whatever the issue is, whatever, they get really discouraged. And so then we'll get emails or texts or calls the next day and say, I just didn't feel comfortable, waiting for that agenda item. So I too, like most of the board, went along with what our president was proposing, and so we gave it a good try. But I don't have a problem either way. Whatever the will of the board is fine with me, so.
Mrs. Fleur?
Yeah, I don't, I also don't have a real strong opinion one way or the other. However, I would make the suggestion that from the standpoint of an orderly process, I mean, I value the information on the discussion items. I really would like to hear from the public on discussion items, because I think that helps in our deliberations. Given that, there is no reason why, if we consider consent calendar to be routine and there's no discussion action, that there can't be a reordering, a wholesale reordering of the agenda itself, to the point where you have public comment, or you put, and they can have public comment there, but then you put your discussion action items up at the front, so that it satisfies both ways. One, public comment on non-agenda items is okay, but then you're actually, the individuals who are actually here for specific agenda items don't have to wait too much longer as well. And so you have your, you have your discussion action, you may have your, looking at the presentations. All of us are sitting here because we've been here since 3:30 in the afternoon.
And we know that's our job, and we do that. I wasn't complaining about it.
We have children, and some of us have elderly parents that we are responsible for, so my mother just turned 94 on October 23rd. I have no opinion. I think that we have to take a look at just the process. Many districts do have timed agendas. There's very specific times on which you know, but again, you may not want to, but I think it merits some discussion as to how that does. But I think that reordering it, another is, do we have to have closed session on the same meeting time? And that, go back to 2 meetings, but 1 meeting is actually closed session. So we're actually having closed session at 6 o'clock in the evening, not 3:30 in the afternoon. And you have a closed session and you're dealing with all the closed session, it gives us.
On a different day.
On a different day, so that you're actually have longer discussions, and that would also cut down on the board. But I think that reordering it, I don't have a problem with putting community input, as long as we have the opportunity for those individuals who are there specifically for specific action items are treated with some sort of priority, because they are actually lending their voice to a discussion that we're actually having. We're voting on it. So I want to hear.
True, but they would have the option. They could speak at the beginning.
But I do want to hear from them, so if we moved the discussion action items closer, and moved the consent calendar to the back of the meeting, I'm okay with that, too.
Well, and that would, that would also agree with the legal opinion you got on public comment. The one court case that was cited in there specifically said that the board should try to hear from the public when they're discussing the action item. So that is a little different than what you're all talking about, but the theory is that you will take public comment when you're considering it, and that's in the public. That's the one issue in the legal opinion that you got that was really part of a court decision that you should really consider.
Well,
Can I? My turn. First of all, I want to thank you, and I want to thank the public for letting me try it this way. Obviously, it wasn't the best decision, but we tried it. And at a certain point, we all kind of went, yeah, this isn't going to happen. But I like the idea of reorganizing and doing the discussions. We can even put the reports afterwards. What we think would be fascinating for the public to hear, the test scores and how great we did, that was wonderful. And kudos to all these great things. It probably is only really fascinating and interesting to us, or the few people that either watch on TV or come and stay through the whole meeting to see it. So if we're going to do it, I like the idea of reorganizing it. I'd like to talk about that right now as part of this discussion, because truly and honestly, we have, under my term as presidency, 2 whole more meetings to go. Actually, 1.5 more meetings to go. So for us to do it and then change it again is yet another, we can decide now, because the board itself will not be changing this year, because in November and December, we aren't electing anybody. So I like the idea, so I'd like us to discuss the order of the agenda as well.
I'm sorry.
No, that's, what I meant, Ms. Bartow actually had her light on first, but then I'm okay with just open discussion, because that's too hard.
In the interest of time, tonight, and in the interest that we are going to have a new president, that it's my opinion we should just move it back to the beginning where it was before and have a discussion.
On another meeting? After the president.
Or the president.
Under organization?
Yeah, have a meeting on how to reorder it in that moves the discussion forward. And I mean, we could go, we could go on for another half hour, 45 minutes on this,
But what if we all agreed to move it? I mean, what if it was just that easy to say move discussion action?
I thought you wanted to talk about the whole thing.
But she had some other issues.
No. I would just make the recommendation.
Well, for instance, for me, I would love to have a DLAC representative here, so if we're changing the order, so that could be a whole different
As far as adding people to speak, I think that would be a different.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I
Can't we
wanna
just
discuss
move
that.
it?
Well,
Tonight.
You know, if this is a discussion action, I'm going to do this.
You're gonna make a motion?
Yeah, I'm going to make a motion. I move.
Did you, Mrs. Bartow, did you have? Oh, she had a light on. I'm sorry.
Just a quick one. I really appreciate parents and teachers and everyone who comes out to these meetings. I think it's so great. However, I don't want people who can't make it to feel like they can never speak. When I receive emails, I make a point to read them or either share the opinions of those who.
We all do.
Yes, and I know we all do. So please don't stop coming. I'm so glad that you guys can't come and continue to come. However, if for whatever reason you feel like your voice can't be heard, send me email and I will read it. I'm reading one tonight actually at the end.
Okay.
For all of us, not just me.
In the interest of time, I'm going to move that we move discussion action
Okay.
to the beginning of the meeting.
Define
Beginning where?
Discussion after, to item, we have student board member reports, we have hall, then we have reports, so move, and we have community input. So it would be community input, 13 would be community input, or whatever we call it. What do we call it now?
I think it should be 10. I think it should come before student board member reports. So that's why, I mean, are we?
Then the student board members could experience what the public has to say, which I think is a really
That's
good
fine.
learning
I
experience for
agree.
the students.
So we move what? The discussion action to before
Adoption
the
of minutes
student-
and then go right into discussion, action, and public comment.
Say that again, Ms. Sanderson. I just didn't hear it.
Currently, we have adoption of minutes, student board member reports, Harbor Council PTA report, and then any other reports.
So you want to,
My preferred order would be to do public comment and then discussion, or discussion and public comment. I just think they should come before the reports.
So I just want to remind the board that your item is to discuss public comment. So my recommendation is that
just talk about that.
the three executive board members get together with the board president, the three of you get
Okay.
together, put a couple proposals together that you can send out to the board, and then you can just could look at the schedule later.
Oh, okay.
Okay? Because today is only.
Just
the-
move, you want to
again,
pull it
you only-
off, or just want to move
No.
we move back,
No.
return back to the original?
Our original.
Since the agenda.
Why can't we just- can't we
since
just
the
make agen-
I can move the agenda, because I can do that, because I screwed up and did it
Okay,
already
but
once.
can somebody
So-
make a comment?
Go
Please.
ahead, Karen.
No, instead of doing all this change, which we knew would take a long time, can't we just make a motion to
Move public comment.
put the public comments to the beginning, somewhere near the beginning of the meeting? We can decide whether it's 10, 11, 12, whatever it is.
Already is. It just stays, it stays.
So can I make a motion?
Sure.
I move that we move the public comments back where it was before, and you figure it out. And put down that there, instead of that line that says you must wait
it.
until your agenda item, that you have the option. Simple. And then you guys, you can get together and decide exactly on who you want to add, who you want to take out.
I'll second that.
Or we discuss it at the next meeting. For me, I didn't want to move it initially, so I want to be part of that conversation. It should again be a discussion item at a board meeting. So I don't want it to just be 3 people that are deciding that. That's what the problem is. That's how we got here.
Okay.
So I don't want to move public comment. To me, so may I make a motion to move
There's
it?
already been a motion.
Motion.
Okay, well, can I
I'll
amend
withdraw
the
my
motion?
motion.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
To put public comment after the adoption of the minutes.
Number 10.
Is everybody,
I'm fine with
is there a
that.
second?
I'll second.
Second.
Okay, it was moved by Ms. Anderson.
Okay.
Wait a minute, it was moved by Ms. Anderson and second by Ms. Bartow. Now we having just to move to move public comments to basically after adoption of minutes.
It'd be item 10 or
It would be item
Item
10.
10.
So,
Discussion.
so I have a question. Does
Sure.
that mean that we eliminate all other community input items on the agenda? Except for the public, right now we have a closed session, and they can speak on closed session, which is required, so we'd have to keep that one. But does that mean that we eliminate all other discussion action item, all other discussion? community input, which means that
If you want to speak to
most things would start at 6 o'clock, and there would be, some people are still feeding their children.
Right.
So I guess I would, my preference would be to go back to where it is, which is
after the reports.
after the student board member, where currently it resides at number 13, where it says, right now it says community input on action items, it would just say community input on where, which is what you made the motion, going back to where it was, which was on there, so that you'd have all of
Just
the.
allowing comment, it could be, it wouldn't say community input on action items, it would just say community input.
Yeah, right.
And is that the
think
only
we could
time
do
to speak?
But is that the only time
No,
that they
so
could-
one of the old agendas that I was looking at for 2009, looking up one of the Measure A things, or F, it also had community input at the end. There were two options.
Yes.
So if somebody wanted to stay or they couldn't come early, I think having more opportunities rather than less is the goal. So
But then,
if
But
there's
then
no
we
one
have-
here, then we
Well,
don't
we
do
have
the
a-
second one, you know?
we have a
ask-
30-minute time limit, and it's up to the president.
Currently?
Our
30-minute
Currently,
time.
It's our
we have
policy.
3 minutes per speaker and a maximum of 20 minutes per topic. So we don't know per topic, because if somebody's talking about a non-agenda item, it would just be a stat. I don't want to stop anybody from speaking, so I would, well, you don't have to worry about it. It'll only be for one or two meetings, well, everybody could talk endlessly, so that would be fine.
Mrs.
Because
Metoyer?
I would let them talk. Mrs. Black.
You know, going back to the different agendas, that's why we have the cards, and that you have the opportunity to put an item on there. So if they put community, you can, as president, you can bring in the cards and then call the people and say, would you like to wait till we discuss the item?
Exactly.
Done that many times, for the next two meetings. And then the next president and whatever leadership can decide what to present to the board, and we can have a conversation about it. So right now, let's go back to, so that we can focus. Just go back to the original one, put it on item 13, and then we can go
And
from
then-
there.
And then just have two, one at the beginning and one at the end?
Yeah.
Well, and you can speak. You can speak before any agenda item.
That's right.
So there's.
Okay.
Okay?
So you
Got
just take out, you know.
It's just some people may not want to stay.
Got it.
No, they don't. They come in and they comment and then they leave. They
Actually,
don't listen
I
to.
would just hope that you would consider just going back to the original form. I think that having some further discussion, absolutely. But if we could just go back to the way it was 10 months ago, which would be item 13, which is exactly where it was before, correct?
Correct.
And just allow that, and then allow for some additional discussion
But
at
then-
the organizational
So for
meeting.
the reason why, so one of the things that is not on here for tonight was because we already have we had several reports. We usually also have our cabinet report and that initial section, which we moved because it's very informative and we want the public to hear it. So that's not currently on here. If we had if that was on here, and if we had the 3 reports we have, that, I mean, it was almost an hour. So if there was a young parent who had a kindergartner and a first grader, and we're sitting in the back, to me, it makes more sense, again,
They wouldn't be able to
to
speak
have it at item 10, before the student board report, before the Harbor Council, before any of the other extensive reports. Just have open public comment, and then people can respond at item 13 as well.
And that was the motion you made.
That's her motion.
That's her motion. And Ms. Bartow seconded it. Ready? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, so we're voting on putting it before.
As number 10.
At number 10.
Fine.
I know, okay. Mrs.
No.
Fleur?
No.
Okay,
I want to go back to the way it was.
that's okay. 5-2, we're going to put it at number 10.
Who voted against it?
Okay. Hold on.
I want the board members to hear, I want the student board members to be a part of it. Okay. I want the student board members to hear, that's the goal.
Whoops.
Old agenda, community input on non-agenda items. Dr. Dowdy, let me give you some order. It'll be Dr. Dowdy, Tamara Fairbanks, and Breanne Cole. 1, 2, and 3.
I'd like to wait to start the clock until everyone has a binder.
Okay.
I'm not counting yet.
Is that it? Okay. We're good.
So again, I'm Britt Dowdy, President of the Newport Mesa Federation of Teachers. What you have just received is a massive spreadsheet that is a document related to the Newport Mesa School District budget spread over a period of years. And so the CFT Research Department works with us where we get them some data and they kind of compile it into this spreadsheet and it grows over time. We look at this every couple of years is when we meet with their staff and kind of review what's in there. Unfortunately, I neglected to give you enough advance notice so that any of you could attend. I tried to reach out to you, but it was the day before our meeting and I just forgot. So the next time we get around to doing this, I'll make sure to give you advance notice so that you can come and see and hear the types of comments that we've gotten from the CFT research staff. And the CFT staff, they research and look at district budgets across the state for dozens of K-12 districts, as well as community college districts and in the UC system. So they're looking at all the different types of entities that CFT represents. So I'm going to do my best to summarize what we talked about in an hour and a half in about another minute and a half. Basically, the takeaways, as we know, Newport Mesa is financially very healthy, and we have an excellent staff that has taken good analysis, and we have a prudent board that has protected the financial resources. One comment that was given is that the way that we report things is different than some other districts, and there are some items that can be harder to find in the thick PDF documents, and you have to kind of pull it out of the specialized data files. And there are a couple of line items that we could speak to if you wanted to ask about it. Another comment that was given to us is if you look on the second page of the binder, it shows the way that there's different ways to calculate a reserve. And so the way that we calculate and give a reserve is slightly different than what might be articulated in this document, because this document takes into account several of the other funds which are available to be used for the general fund. And so the reserve percentage that is given by the CFT Research Department is significantly higher than what is typically reported. So that's a difference of opinion. One thing that was noted is that for basic aid districts, we have a little bit higher reserve than other basic aid districts. There is acknowledgement that basic aid districts need to have a higher than normal reserve because of the way in which we're funded. So my question is, and I've asked this before, what are the goals that the board sets for what is the appropriate size of the reserve? Is it a percentage basis? Is it a dollar basis? What's the goal that you set for us to achieve? A second question that I have is if you look consecutive years and there is a surplus of money, what happens to that money? How is it accounted for? How is it allocated? For example, there was an allocation of about an extra $5.8 million after last year.
He's finishing a sentence.
What's being done with that?
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Dowdy.
Good evening. I'm Tamara Fairbanks, Newport Mesa Federation of Teachers. And I, as a union leader and as a negotiations team member, I take it to heart whatever my members tell me. And everything that whatever they tell me, I am a representative of them. When I bring up an issue, it's because there is a real person and a real scenario with that situation. I have here in this packet it is this is feedback from various members regarding our negotiations. And I want to highlight a couple of things for you, just so you can get the understanding of the temperature of where our members are. The Board of Education needs to listen to the constituents. It does not seem that they have any interest in what is best for NMUSD students, teachers, and students, and what our needs are. I have taught in this district for 33 years and have never seen the lack of negotiation going on that I see. We used to be a unified team with give and take on both sides. What has happened that we can't work together? Where has the leadership gone? Has the board considered meeting with NMFT to attempt to understand teachers, students, family impact of our current negotiations? If the board is seated to act in the best interest of students and NMUSD, shouldn't they hear from others than administration? Why are you disrespecting the teachers as the school district continually does? Listen to your community, listen to your teachers and students. And one, it is not about the calendar. And that was something that resonated really well with a lot of these comments. It is not about the calendar. It's about student achievement. It's about working conditions in our classrooms, because that is how our students learn. Please encourage your district employees to negotiate in good faith and not rush to impasse. Separate the collegiate calendar negotiations from our contract negotiations. Why are teachers, why is the district trying to delete language from our benefits when we actually have a PERB hearing coming up? These are the comments, and this is the temperature of our teachers. They are tired, they are frustrated, they are working hard, they're working their butts off, and yet they feel like they're not being heard.
After Brianne, we'll have Gretchen Kappa and Charlotte Zaremba.
Hello, good evening. My name is Brianne Cole, and I teach 6th grade in Newport Mesa, one of the schools that was celebrated earlier. My speaking tonight is really fitting because my students are giving student council speeches tomorrow, and they have to show a lot of bravery to get up there and speak. And so I'm channeling their bravery, and I've had anxiety all night about it. First, I want to start off by saying that the negotiations mess we're in is not something teachers created. We didn't forget to allocate funds properly. We also did not consent to the misuse of our funds, and we aren't asking too much of you when we expect that you'll fix it. I lost my place, and I'm sorry. But because we are teachers, we're pretty familiar with helping other people clean up their messes. But I want to be clear that it's not a mess that we created. We didn't create it. The school board and administration are supposed to be focused on what's best for the students. I'd like to direct anyone listening to the NMUSD webpage for the school board. On the bottom, there's a sentence that says, board members are elected by the public to work for the best education interest of all its students. When you refuse to work with us on a problem you had a major hand in creating, when you try to circumvent the process, the democratic process we're trying to take a part of, you aren't doing what's best for the students you're supposed to serve, which means you're not doing best for your teachers either. What's best for your teachers is also what's best for our students. There's no making excuses for a mess you created and then asking us to do all the work and cleaning it up. You have a job to do, and in the immortal words of Master Yoda, do or do not, there is no try.
President Medioye, members of the board. Sorry, I'm nervous too. I've been having anxiety also. Members of the board, Dr. Navarro, and members of the community. My name is Gretchen Koppe. I'm a history and language arts teacher at Tewinkle, and I'm also the district's secondary ELD TOSA. I'm here tonight to talk about Article 13.2 of our contract, which is the language regarding the district's contribution to our healthcare fund and the proposal to remove the language from our contract. I'm here to say that I do not agree with the removal of this language. I sat quietly and listened at the last board meeting when the vote was on the table for an increase in the dollar amount for the administration's and CSCA's OCAP. I heard the salaries of our highest level administrators, what their raise would be this year and retroactively. I listened to the dollar amounts of their travel stipends and their communication stipends. And this made me reflect on the fraction of most of these salaries that teachers make while being in the trenches day to day with the students at our schools. This is a known reality of education and one that we sign on for when we decide to enter public education as teachers. However, what I couldn't wrap my head around was the almost unanimous vote to increase the dollar amount of the administration's OCAP, the highest paid employees in the district, while this had not been offered to teachers, counselors, school psychologists, nurses, and a number of other people who work directly every day with the students in Newport Mesa. Not only had it not been offered to us, it had been proposed by the district to remove the language from our contract that protects what we pay for our benefits, after admitting that they had breached our contract. I understand that the current offer protects our out-of-pocket contribution for healthcare this year, but what about the years following that? Without this language, we don't have that protection. This language has been in our contract for nearly 20 years, and there is no guarantee that without that we will be protected. Before entering teaching, I was on the path to becoming an attorney, and that attorney that still lives in me sees a breach of contract that needs to be remedied, not language that needs to be removed. Funds that were to be set aside to help offset future insurance premium increases were not. The money was instead diverted somewhere else. This is a textbook example of misappropriation of funds. It is interesting timing for the district to propose this removal, given the unfair labor practice charge that is scheduled for a hearing next month. The teachers and other certificated staff in this district are not blind. We work with students every day who try to pull things off behind our backs. We are not new to these tricks, and we will not turn a blind eye. Again, I do not agree with the district's proposal to remove the language from our contract that deals with their contribution to our healthcare fund. All we are asking for is the same protection that has been offered to the administration and our CSEA colleagues. Thank you.
Charlotte. After Charlotte is Bob Kelly and Kathy Ryder.
Good evening. The school calendar in the proposed contract contains a fall semester that is 21 school days. That's 4 weeks of school shorter in fall semester than in spring semester. With this proposed calendar, a fall semester course of 79 school days would have the same credit value and the same weighting towards a student's GPA as a spring semester course of 101 school days. One semester courses like health or government would need to cover the same amount of material in a 79-day fall semester as in a 101-day spring semester. One reason we are given for changing our school calendar is to be more aligned with the calendars of other Orange County schools. This school year, our neighboring Huntington Beach Union High School District started their school year 3 school days earlier than our district. They have equivalent fall and spring semesters. Their fall semester ends 3 weeks after returning from winter break in January, and their last day of school will be 1 week earlier than our last day of school this year. If we want to adopt a school calendar similar to other Orange County districts, why not adopt a calendar like this, in which semesters are balanced, and our calendar would be similar to our neighboring school district? Could a compromise be reached by adopting an August starting calendar with balanced fall and spring semesters similar to the calendar of Huntington Beach? Please consider this. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. Bob Kelly. I'm a chairperson of the NMFT retired. That's why I wear shorts instead of long pants. And I am here to talk to you briefly, because so much has already been said, but to talk to you briefly about teacher morale. We were sitting around our board about a month ago, and we all came to the conclusion that teacher morale is probably at the lowest that we have ever seen it in our district. And this is with 41 years of experience in our district for myself, not to mention the 9 years that I've been retired. And something's wrong with that. That is not correct. Something is definitely wrong with the leadership that's going on right now. And so what were the points of contention? And they were, as been mentioned, the lack of trust and respect the teachers feel from the district leadership, the failure to follow the provisions of the contract, particularly the benefits provisions, the inadequate support for critical needs for teachers, such as counselors, psychologists, nurses, special ed, et cetera, all of which impact our regular classrooms, not just simply what those particular specialists involve themselves with. The added stress on the classroom teachers with both new curricula, but also the increasing class sizes and the integrated of special needs students without the consummate help to deal with that. And as was just mentioned, the illogical shift of the school calendar with lopsided semesters and added stress on students prior to the holidays. If you end the semester right before the holidays, that just adds to their stress, does not take it away. So the district's representatives, in our opinion, have been dictating, not negotiating, the contract provisions. It's time that you, as board members, get out to the schools, talk to the teachers, not just listen to what is going on from the administration. Find out what is actually happening in the trenches, because we are the ones that are dealing, or they are the ones, thank you, I'm retired. They are the ones that are dealing with what is currently going on. And what's currently going on is not adequate, is not the modus operandi of a superior district, which we all like to believe we belong to. So with that, you have your task. You need to get to it. That is your job. You chose that job. Thank you.
After Kathy, it'll be Erica Roberts, Wendy Leese, and Cynthia Blackwell.
Good evening, board members, district personnel, and members of our community. I'm Kathy Ryder, a retired educator from the Garden Grove Unified School District and a property owner and taxpayer here in Costa Mesa, and I also attended all the Costa Mesa schools. Tonight, I'm here to talk about school safety for both your students and your teachers. And I want to begin by sharing a post from an educator in Maryland with many years of experience. We tell women and men that if someone hits you, screams at you, tells you that they're going to kill you, tell you they're going to bring a gun and shoot you, steal from you, destroy your things, threaten your friends, curse at you, mock you, make fun of your physical appearance, to get help, to run away. It's not okay. Leave the abusive relationship. Yet, when a student does many of the above to a teacher, we often don't even acknowledge it as a red flag. We sometimes give them little or no consequences. We allow it to continue without any regard to a teacher's well-being, safety, or mental health. In such toxic situations, we continue to ask teachers to show up with a smile on their face, ignore the issues, reward the dangerous and toxic behavior, and just do what you're told. Teaching is currently considered to be one of the most toxic professions around. I also have an excerpt from a letter written in 2015 from a former Newport Mesa teacher that was shared at a previous board meeting. In her words, "I am constantly worried about that one student who will take off for parts unknown, or that other student who will cause some serious physical injury to a classmate, to myself, or another staff member. And when either of these two events occurs, it will be my credential on the line. To this end, I feel that I work in a very unsafe, hostile environment with limited support, and the other students in my classes are in jeopardy." A current Newport Mesa teacher told me, I do not feel safe at work. I dread coming to work, that I've had to seek professional assistance, and the behavior of one student is mentally overwhelming to me to the point of preventing me from being an effective educator to my other students. Additionally, I have not been provided the tools or the training to safely address the student's behavior. I am very sad to say this about a career that I have loved. I applaud the fact that you so far have one behavior specialist for your over 20,000 students. However, one is not enough. Garden Grove's district is using many of their tax dollars for behavior specialists, and I urge the board to allocate more of your budget to give your teachers the classroom behavior support that they need for both themselves and their students. Your staff deserves this support. They deserve adequate raises and health benefits. Thank you.
Eric is gone. Okay, then Eric is here.
Oh, Eric is here?
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Erica Roberts. I've been here many times, and I have to say as a parent, I do not like coming here. It doesn't feel good, and the reason I came tonight is because my heart felt like it needed to speak for parents and things that are going on in this district. I just listened to Mr. Bob Kelly tell you exactly what's wrong. Many of you will sit up there and shake your head and agree with us, but you don't show up to the schools. How can you do that? Your words and your actions are not matching. Yet 2 of the board members went to every single school. How is that possible? Dr. Navarro, you sit there and look at me so confused. The main thing that's happening over and over again is people are talking about leadership. You are rewarding this man over and over again for not being a leader. In fact, he is a public servant that doesn't take meetings with people. He puts us up on all of these people, some of which weren't even around when he created the problems, like Swan Math. $4 million we spent on that. And he lied to my husband and I and said it was 1.7. Then he stopped taking a meeting with us, and I will quote you. It said, I am not interested in relitigating this. I will only meet you if you have a full agenda. You will have a 20 or 30-minute maximum, and it must be mutually desirable. Is that really what we want to become, where we shut parents out who love on their teachers, on the drivers, on the staff? Is that what we want? You are going to be only as good as the person in charge rowing the boat. I just watched the foundation breakfast. He literally got up and said, well, it goes all downhill from here, when it was his turn to speak. Please, board, pay attention. What Bob Kelly just said, get to those schools. Be brave. Kids are relying on you. I have so much more to say, but let's get with the times. When there's a search engine and you put in Dr. Navarro's contract, it is the original contract with the first addendum. You guys are still trying to figure out his process and all of this stuff. How can anyone in the public be well-versed on what you're deciding on when it's not even available to us? Give Mr. Dowdy, who's in charge of the most valuable people in this district, our teachers, proper time to educate you, especially, Dana, if you don't want to go to the schools. It is embarrassing. I am heartbroken, and parents should not have to take on the cost and rip their children out of communities that they love because we are not getting what we need for our students. And the teachers need a bunch of things. They're doing the best they can. 2 new curriculums. No district puts 2 new curriculums in at one time. Has anyone asked why we're doing that? It's because this man chose a curriculum, piloted at 3 schools on the west side, and most of you agreed to it. That's insanity. Thank you for your time. We must do better. You're capable of it. We believe that you can make changes. Please help our kids. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam President, members of the board. I do hope that you come to terms fairly with your teachers. We have a great community in Newport Mesa. People love living here till they die and raising their kids. And we've never had such an adversarial situation. and with the calendar and with the health, the benefits, and do what's right, do what's fair, and so that teachers can go home and grade papers and take care of their own families and their own needs and do their lesson plans so they can be the most effective that they can be in our classrooms. You need to just do what's right. Thank you, Erica, for talking about the superintendent's contract. Last meeting, the president read through all of the raises that the superintendent and the board, the executive staff got. And in addition to the increases, that they each got about a $1,200 increase, and it kind of went up from the $289,000 to $300,000, and the $236,000 to the $242,000. So my point is, those were all done by government code. But I challenge you that you have yet to, in public, follow government code section 53262. And this is what it says. All contracts of employment with a superintendent, deputy superintendent, assistant superintendent, associate superintendent, goes on down to a lot of other, shall be, catch this, same thing we did with the United States Constitution, ratified in an open session of the governing body, which shall be reflected in the governing body's minutes. Copies of any contracts, that's Part B, of employment, as well as copies of the settlement agreements, shall be available upon request. I don't believe you've ratified the superintendents in public. You may have discussed it. You've been talking about the performance evaluation in your closed session since Kingdom Come, since January. So this evaluation means that you look at the contract, which has an evergreen clause in there that says automatic renewal every year. That's crazy. That's how Bell got in trouble. You're not being transparent with the superintendent's contract, and yet you paid him and gave him a raise.
Thank you. After Cynthia will be Marty O'Meara, Laurie Smith, and Chris Keene.
Good evening again, and I have a little show and tell this time. I have a file here. It's a big file. It's not the whole file. It's only one of many of these I have at my home. And this is a result of my being injured in May of 2015. A letter was sent on May 19th of 2015 stating about how I was not safe in my classroom nor were my students. May 28th, 2015, I am injured. This is just a small sample of doctor visits, letters that are denying services, and then approving the services, and then denying them again, and then approving them again, approving medications, and then denying them, and then approving them again. And the reason they get approved again is because then I have all this stuff, not all, mind you, this is just one folder of another one at home like this, of my attorney going in and having appeals done to get things approved that first get denied. It could take up to a year for that to happen, hence the reason why I've not been made whole since 2015, followed by a nice big stack of papers or folders about this size too from your attorneys. You have a law firm who loves to schedule settlement conferences. I'm not settling. I'm not 100% whole. Hell may freeze over before that happens or I die, one or the other, but until that happens, I have no intention of settling. I don't know why your law firm keeps asking us to settle. It's not going to happen. I want to get some services. I want to get healed. My favorite part of this entire thing, if there is a favorite part, is a stack of stuff from Keenan and Associates, who is your insurance adjuster for many things. And this is just a sample of some of their paperwork they send to me. What's interesting is not once, but twice in 2 packets that they sent me and my doctor, they included another Newport Mesa employee's medical records. That was interesting. It was called out, it was pointed out to them. They resent the packet again with the same person's information in there. My poor doctor didn't know who to service, my leg, my hand, my foot, my neck, my shoulder. He had no idea based on the information he received. So the question is, who is overseeing this cash cow law firm that you have? Which brings me to my last point, is I find it unconscionable that the mental health of these teachers are being impacted by students that cause problems like this, and now you're not funding their health insurance, and everybody, including myself, is paying an additional $114 a month right now while this is going on. This is not acceptable behavior at all. Thank you.
Marty O'Meara? There you are.
Good evening again. I wanted to congratulate you on the scores that were reported tonight. As an ex-teacher, I used to use data all the time to decide what worked and what didn't work, so I could figure out how I needed to change it. That's the only point of testing, in my opinion. I hope the district will want to do something with their CAS scores. I was very pleased with Adams' school scores went up. When I looked more closely, I realized that this might partly be due to the Modern Scholars Academy teachers and some other teachers that use GATE teaching strategies. They were a group of them that were taught that. These strategies are very appropriate for all teachers. Maybe training on teachers' GATE training would help other schools also. The other factor was classes at Adams were around 17 students, compared to some other schools where there were 28 students in the class. You cannot compare classes with 17 students with another school that has 28 students and maybe 2 mainstream students. Class size does make a difference. Whittier jumped 10 points in language arts. You are probably now seeing the results of those who received a bilingual program. Research has shown that students receiving a bilingual education progress faster than a non-bilingual program. With this knowledge, you should provide a bilingual education to all the schools with predominantly a Hispanic population. These are just my observations I'd like you to think about. And a totally unrelated topic, 10 months ago, you recognized Judy Franco for her 32 years of service in this district. You very nicely gave her the patio as a remembrance. There's nothing out there 10 months later to even say that she was here for 32 years. Thank you.
It's on the wall as you walk out.
I sure didn't see it. I looked again tonight.
Take a look again.
Look tonight.
It's not very big. You should have named the school after her.
Thank you.
You can still do that. If you
Lori Smith?
We're just going for the juggler, huh?
Do you want, okay, well, Chris Keene? Is it Keene or is there a syllable? There's an R at the end.
Yes, ma'am. Sorry, my handwriting's bad.
It's okay.
That's okay.
Good evening, board. My name's Chris Keener. I'm here as a parent and a supporter of these people. We have 5, 6 of us outside. I've been promoting it for weeks and weeks online and everywhere. It's hard to get out here. It's hard to get out tonight, but I commend y'all. This whole first half of my little speech was about moving the comments up. So you don't have to listen to me rave and rant about that, but good job. Good job. Second thing, I have a friend that went to the Newport Harbor football schedule meeting, and their little agenda that they got, August 24th, school starts. Why is that? That shouldn't have happened yet. That hasn't passed. Has that passed? No. No. It's because Dr. Navarro sent out that email in July. Granted, he followed it up with one saying, oh, it hasn't passed yet, this and that, but it was titled Collegiate Calendar Update, not Student Start Date like the first one. I suggest you send out another one because there are parents still confused and still thinking that the start date is the 24th, that they're still losing 2 weeks of summer. You need to change that. People are confused. Lastly, how does $6 million leave a teacher's benefit fund and go to the general fund? The public needs to know why that happened and what happened with that money. Keep summer summer, and thank y'all so much.
Nicholas Dix. Is Nicholas here? There you is Nicholas. There you are. Sorry. I'm used to you being in the front.
Thank you. In keeping with the theme, I want to talk about safety. Safety specifically at schools, the safety of our students, and the safety of our teachers. So we have this great system here in the district called School Dude. It is more reliable than it sounds. I guess School Bro was not available. I can't imagine all the names they went through before they finalized it. But the system is not working. I want you to know that since the beginning of school, the PA system, the bell schedule, and the clocks have not been working at Back Bay High School.
We know that.
So I don't know how fire drills, I don't know how the Great Shakeout was conducted. I don't know what would happen in the event of fire or other emergencies. And this has been since the beginning of school. So it's very disturbing to us. It's a resource that our teachers rely on. It's something that makes them feel safe to know that if the school needs to go into lockdown, if there needs to be an all-call, that can be performed. So that's not the case. This is inexcusable. So I just want to say that our expectation, so whoever wants to respond to this, our expectation is that when School Dude fails, when School Dude does not work, that school administrator takes over and gets the job done. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Ford, will you speak to that? Dr. Navarro, would you speak to the Back Bay issue, please?
Certainly. We have Lance Bidnick in our audience over here, and Lance will, if Tim is okay, just go out tomorrow and come back and give us a full report in the morning. Okay?
Dr. Navarro, I believe that, because I was out there and I had a conversation, and I think Russell can probably answer this, there was a part that blew out not only that, but the clocks. They had to order a part. There was about $5,000 part that had to be ordered, and then they have changed it. And I think, Lance, you've been out there and they're replacing the entire system. Is that not correct?
You need to come to the.
Lance, can you come up to the mic, please? Thank you.
He has the answer already.
Yeah.
So it's been addressed.
Good evening. Yes, that's correct. The unit actually failed, so we had to replace the whole head unit. Parts have been ordered. I don't know the status on the repair yet. I can follow up tomorrow morning, though. Also with the fire alarm, that's the first I've heard of any issue with fire alarm. We just had all of our fire alarms, our annual inspections completed. I'll follow up on that as well.
Thank you.
Thanks, Lance.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay.
Wrong.
Thank you, community. Did we, informal reports. Okay. Board member reports?
Well, you have, don't you, you have.
Actually, no, it actually goes board member reports, Board of Education
And then the informal
committees, and then informal reports. I don't know why it's backwards this time, but unless we vote to have it go first. Good. Let's start with Mrs. Fleur.
Oh, okay, hold on. I'm having a hard time with this stupid computer.
Do you want me to start with Mrs. Black?
I have no report. So, Mrs. Yelsey?
I was sick for the last 2 weeks, so
I can't bring this up.
I only got out to 7 schools.
Well, I know what I put down. One is kudos to Costa Mesa High School for their excellent production of The Crucible, which.
Hold on 1 second. Do we want to wait?
Of course we do, because they want to leave.
Okay. Teachers, if you want to leave now, go fast.
So we can finish. hate
or go quietly, one or the two. Okay, that's good. Go ahead, Mrs. Blair.
The Crucible, the interesting thing is that it's with a new teacher at Costa Mesa High School. She only had 5 weeks to prep, and
It was amazing.
It was amazing. It was a great performance, wonderful. Also want to thank Russell and Brenda Emmerich with the City of Costa Mesa for an outstanding safety presentation. We all feel certified, or at least we know what our role is. Let's do it that way. And also, it helped myself in looking at just our own homes, and I thought that was great. And I think the takeaway is they ain't coming.
Yeah.
That was, I think, the scariest part to realize. She said, we have 27 firefighters in the city of Costa Mesa. We have 7 fire trucks, and we have 2 ambulances. We are not coming. It will be up to you. One thing that I would like to see us do is start a CERT class at all of our high schools, because as they said, our students can be one of the best resources that we can utilize in terms of emergencies, and even going down. She makes the presentations all the way down to 6th grade. So I think that would be a wonderful opportunity for us to start those CERT classes, provide, they get 20 hours of training and community service, and doing a great thing for their schools and their community. The other one is that I want to thank my partner in crime here, Shar. We are walking. So we've had a great time visiting. We've done 12 schools now, 13 schools.
13 schools, we've walked 9 days.
9 days. We're earning money for the Schools Foundation, which is great. We're not quite as high as Ms. Yelsey and Ms. Bartow, but we do have a great time, and
But they count with us. It's a collective. It's all the staff.
It's all of it. And we're having a great time, and we're being healthy. And we're having, we're
learning the
learning
communities.
things about the community in each of the schools, and we're also seeing the great things that are going on around the schools and the communities itself. So,
Cool.
So
It's
onward
been
and upward.
fun.
Anybody can join us if they'd like.
Mrs. Black.
We have whoops, sorry, I was turning mine off.
Oh, I did it.
We were approached probably 5, maybe even 8 years ago from Costa Mesa and the American Heart Association, and they were doing free
This is free.
CPR.
This
I
is
know,
free.
I know, but okay. I get it.
Never mind.
Never mind. But they would love to insert themselves for CERT with our high schools, and they've asked,
My most recent CERT training, I was trained when I was a principal. I was trained in Newport Beach because it scared me to death that I was the incident commander at my school. And the police were real clear about, no, we're not coming, so you got to take care of it. So I figured I better know what I'm doing. And then when I retired, I said, well, let's go to Costa Mesa. And in my Costa Mesa class, it was predominantly Costa Mesa High School and Estancia High School students. It was about 20 young people and 10 older people. And it was good because anything heavy went to the kids. But the old people learned how to do heavy. Anyway, it's a really good training. But,
Great job.
so
Thanks, Russell.
I feel safe. Mrs. Yelsey, we're just going to go that way.
Okay. I also was at the safety training, and it was a great experience. Thank you, Russell, for inviting us to participate. And it's great that there are so many people throughout the district that come. I know you've had several sessions, so kudos to all the people in the district who have taken the day to come as well. Victory with Honor, thank you, Kirk, for that. It was a really good presentation with the Commissioner of Athletics for the Southern Section. And there were a lot of, in addition to the athletic directors and coaches, there were a lot of parents who were there, who participated. And we got in smaller groups to talk about within schools what they'd like to see more of, what they'd like to see less of. And it was a really robust conversation, and I think it was great for all the participants. I think everyone enjoyed it, and it was good night. College night, thank you to PTA and the district, and I think Vital Link and Coastline also participated in that. I looked on the schedule, there were 136 different universities that were present there. An incredible amount from out of the country. I forget the exact number, but there were a lot of colleges and universities from international colleges and universities, so that was really cool. I was at the CDM Shades of Autumn, which is their musical presentation for the fall. And this is always a wonderful, wonderful concert that they have. And they have 15 different musical groups that performed. It's in the big gym, and it's kind of like done as a 3-ring circus, so it never stops. So they get through all 15 of these groups in an hour and a half. And they're pretty remarkable. And what's nice is to see this and then how they perform at the end of the year, because included in this is even the very beginning orchestra. Some of these kids have never picked up an instrument before.
Cross buns.
And they're playing Hot Cross Buns, and everybody's invited back at the end of the year to see what they're performing at. So it's very special. And then I know we'll hear more about this as time goes on from PTA, but I went up to Newport Coast. I was invited to judge their reflections contest. And it's always
I hate
fun.
judging reflections.
Well, but it's always fun to see what the kids are producing, and I know we'll hear more about the winners in the district.
Reception at our level will be probably just before Thanksgiving.
So it's soon, before,
They're due, I think they're due Monday.
okay. I know I assume all the schools have pretty much completed that at this point. But it's always a great program, and I think we have more
So
schools than ever
amazing, the talent, I
participating, so. Anyway, thank you.
I also attended the College and Career Fair, and one of the things that I really loved to see was there were several district personnel that were there with their children, and so it was cool that it wasn't just a resource for students in our district, but also we had a ton of staff that had their own children there, which I thought was really cool to see. I didn't even know that Jody Palmer at Ray had children, so I was like, oh. And she's a Newport Harbor student. So one of the things I also was able to do recently was the fall festivals at Victoria and at Whittier. And one of the things that was especially cool at Whittier is how many teachers were there helping to man booths and games and really interacting with the parents. I haven't seen that many teachers in one school at a fall festival, so that was cool to see. And then I also was able to attend the last Human Relations Task Force, where we were able to sit in a circle and talk through what were some highs, what were some lows, and really discuss what are some next steps. And so some things that came out of that were looking through if there's possibilities of an intention to hire more teachers of color, how we could possibly do that, having these meetings at schools because we want to have more students a part of that. So what does it look like if we possibly have some of these at our high school sites to hear their voices? So thank you again, Dr. Bauermeister. You have led that so well, so thank you.
I have attended a few fall festivals and some football games, recently completed, which were really fun. Also, this past weekend completed my master's in governance training, so that was great. Along with Ashley, we got our little graduation certificates. But I'm going to take most of my, and there's not a lot of legislative movement since the big updates at the beginning of October, so I'm going to take most of my time to just read an email that I got. This person really wanted to be here tonight and couldn't make it, so I told him I would read his email in lieu of him coming. It says, Dear Newport Mesa Unified School District Board, I am a parent of a student at Ensign Middle School and a 20-year resident of the city of Newport Beach. I very much appreciate the effort being done to make the schools in Newport Beach safer for students. There are several aspects to making a school safer, but as it relates to the recent plans proposed to enhance Ensign, I would like to make a few points. One of the biggest safety issues for the students is their commute to and from school. There are several kids hit on the way to school each year, some fatally. The statistic I heard was 7 per year. I don't think he's not talking about our district. I know the mother of a child almost killed on Clay Street in June of last year. I think your plan addresses the school shooting issue very nicely, but should be augmented to address the safety of kids on their way to and from school. Principal Shaka, to whom I have spoken, agrees with this point. Thousands of parents agree as well. The easiest way for the campus to help with all commuters, not just bicycles and pedestrians, is to continue to allow that multiple access points around the campus. There are currently access points on each of the 4 borders of the campus. These should be kept in place. It will help disperse the vehicle traffic as well. Additionally, the plan should address the parents who drop off their kids on the opposite side of Cliff Drive to get to school. This should either be expressly discouraged or prohibited, with the alternative of the new banana drop-off mandated. Lastly, and very importantly, the school board should make the point to the city that the surrounding neighborhood is not safe for pedestrians and bicyclists, and the city should do the following to help for starters. Sidewalks on Beacon, sidewalks on St. Andrews, take out the sweeping turns at Cliff and Irvine, sidewalks on Irvine, stop sign and crosswalk at Coral and Irvine, crosswalks at the entrance on Coral, sidewalks on proper bike lanes on Clay and Tustin, control the intersection of Beacon, Tustin, and Cliff with speed bumps, stop signs, properly marked pedestrian bike areas. This section is brutal. Finish the sidewalk on the west side of Irvine across from the high school and continue it all the way to Beacon. These improvements are necessary for Ensign, and others are needed for the high school and Heights Elementary. I'm happy to share ideas on those as well. I commend your will to continue to push forward any plans to make the students safer. Remember, the naysayers do not have kids at the school, and thousands of parents support making the streets and schools safer. Thank you for taking the time to read this. Regards, Murphy McCann. So I wanted to express that these are his opinions, but I wanted to, people with young children have a hard time making it, and I wanted to make sure that their voices are shared.
Thank you. But just something we could think about is that if we're reading a statement so that their voices could be shared, we should think about making sure it's 3 minutes also, because it's not fair to the people that come. Well, I know, it was just something I thought of, and we should think about that so that we make it fair to the people that took the time out of their evening to come out and actually sit here and talk. Mrs. Snow.
That's true.
Thank you.
I didn't think of that.
I've done it too.
Okay, I also went to the School Preparedness Academy, and I learned a lot because I hadn't had a first aid class for 30 years. So I did learn that Mrs. Yelsey is a fabulous actress, as she laid on the floor writhing in pain as they came in to try to find us in the dark. So kudos.
And no one helped me.
No, she was, help me, help me.
And you like your purse.
Yeah, I just walked out. I'm not good at that stuff. I had site visits. I try to have a particular site visit with the principal and the teachers in the schools of my area. So I went to Kellybrook, and of course, and I went to Adams and had a really nice visit. And one of the things they both asked about was a full-time school, a social worker for their school, that they would keep them incredibly busy. And I think we're all talking about that. I went to Fall in Love with the West Side, a Heidi Beth production that is at Estancia High School, and it's getting bigger and bigger, and it's really fun. I also went to the ribbon cutting at the Costa Mesa Library. And and I talked to Mayor Foley, and she is really interested in putting, and for those of you that don't know what I'm talking about, it's musical instruments outside the library. They're like in cement, like drums, and the kids can just play. And Mayor Foley was talking about she'd love to see it in all our schools, and I said we'd love to have them pay for them. So I think they'd be great on the playground, you know? So, so that was good. The president of the Friends of Costa Mesa Libraries was able to get the funding for it. And if you're near the Mesa Verde Library, it's really, the kids love it. Let me see, is that it? The Newport Mesa, we're not doing committee reports yet.
You can if you want to.
Well, they canceled the meeting.
Okay. Nice and short. Okay, in addition to the things that you've heard that I was at already, I attended both ribbon cuttings for both Boys and Girls Clubs. The newly renamed Boys and Girls Club of Costa Mesa, which now has a Lou Yantorn section inside, and the Boys and Girls Club of Newport Beach, which is the one right off of East Bluff Elementary. I was interested in both because my children took advantage of the Costa Mesa one back in the day, and my school children took advantage of the East Bluff one when I was principal over at East Bluff. If you haven't ever been to a Boys and Girls Club, go to it, just to see it. Teachers, I don't want you to go to it, because if you see what they have in their rooms, you will really want them, because the first thing I thought of was, oh my gosh, if that's your Make It space, we're in big trouble. We'll have it's a new standard for Make It spaces, maker spaces. So anyway, it's phenomenal, and they're just, the whole point is to have someone else that knows where the kids are, and they are, the partnership with Robert, oh my
Santana.
gosh. Santana, thank you, my mind blanked, is fabulous. In fact, I was thinking, oh gee, maybe after I'm not a board member anymore, I'll talk to him to get a job there. So positive, so great, and it was just wonderful. Mrs. Fleur was with me at Costa Mesa, and Mrs. Yelsey was with me at Newport Beach, so it was really wonderful. And like I said, for the most part, in the interest of public health, I stayed home a lot for the last 2 weeks, and people appreciated that because I had a hacking cough and a cold and a fever, and I'm fine now, so you're all safe. The Costa Mesa Youth Sports Council was a typical meeting. One of the predominant concerns that they had was about the ensign fencing, and on that note, I want to say to the public that at the last meeting, Dr. Navarro and Mr. Holcomb were kind of defending that, and Mr. Andrew, that we had this direction and we were keeping you all safe, and we did. We as a board gave them the direction. We wanted to keep the school safe, but didn't even consider the fact that there wouldn't be gates in the public interest, and so we gave them further direction. We gave you direction to keep everybody safe, now give them direction because we want gates in there. So we modified our direction so that the district is responding. We haven't seen the results of that yet, but I just want to make sure that the public knows that, yes, they were following direction, and then we got input and said, oh, we need to change our direction. So we did that. Other than that, do you have crop?
Yes, I do. The board, at our last crop meeting, unanimously approved the new JPA for all 5 districts. It has gone out to the schools to approve. It was supposed to come on this agenda, but I guess there's some questions, some additional questions that you needed to have answered. So maybe, Doctor, in your report, you can talk to about that, or Russell. So the intent is, I think, to bring it back in November, I'm hoping, right? It's going to be a new era. We're very excited. Just for your information, our ROP and our CTE program is probably the most robust of all 5 districts in terms of the number of courses that we offer and contract with. It'll be a new funding model, which we're really excited about. It'll level the playing field on lots of opportunities, and we're looking forward to working with us and making those changes. And there won't be any, all of the teachers will be crop teachers who will be teaching the crop classes. There will be a contract teacher, so we're really excited about that.
Okay. Mrs. Black, any DLAC updates?
You did.
It was canceled too?
They're starting next in November.
Okay, that works. Informal reports, Dr. Navarro.
Okay, first, I just want to tell you that I was at the Battle of the Bay, and my report, and I'm not going to take all Kirk's glory here, but I was just really impressed by the work of the school staffs and the support that was given by Phil DiAgostino and Sarah Jocham on preparing for the event. and the kids were great.
Yep.
It was a great crowd. That's all I want to tell you is what a great crowd on both sides. And a lot of good hard work was done by both school staffs and student services. But it was like Remember the Titans again.
Yeah.
You know, it was a great, great night. So,
Dr. Moreau, on that note, when we were walking at Corona Del Mar, there was an issue about, we give our retirees passes to the games, and so they were getting a lot of issues, and their questions was, do we honor them?
At Battle of
Because
Days.
at Battle of the Bay and Battle of the Bell, because of the limited seating that we want to make sure, and so they were actually limiting because they didn't have a lot of, at Battle of the Bay, they didn't have a lot of seat.
all of those passes, like any pass, even a CIF pass, first come, first served basis. So if you're there early enough to get there before they sell out, then you're welcome. But if you get there after they sell out, then you're not going to get in.
Is that how they work it?
But if they sell
Yeah,
tickets
they're
at
all-
the school, you wouldn't go to buy
Well,
a
that's,
ticket. You
but
would say,
that
"I
is
have
the
a pass,
problem.
I want it."
That is the problem.
that
But
was
it
the
is a first come, first served basis.
Okay.
Then the last part I want
I
to,
want to know, are you going to go to the Battle of the Bell also?
absolutely.
Oh, okay, fine.
The last part I wanted to share with you is,
What side are you going to sit on?
Okay.
I go to both sides. I go to both
stand in
sides.
the middle.
Yeah, you're going to get run over by a football player if you do that. You heard a lot from our teachers today. We do not negotiate in public, but I do want everybody to know that we have a session tomorrow. And while I don't want to speak to what the issues that they were talking about, I do want to let you know the process. The process is, and you know this, the process is one side proposes items, and then in good faith, the other side is supposed to respond. And you know which side has presented. So we're just waiting tomorrow to see how this goes. And, we are working in good faith. We have had 16 sessions, 15 sessions with them. So nobody's walking away. We've offered other days, more days than they've been able to accommodate. But we're in the process, and the process goes back and forth.
Well, good evening, everyone. I believe you have the pamphlet in front of you.
Great.
It's going to start being my thing. I'm always going to have to come with a pamphlet.
I like it. Visual aids were
So
good.
this is exciting. Kristen Clark and her staff, and working in conjunction with CSCA, have developed a wonderful program for our classified staff for November 1st, Friday. You can see that there's multiple sessions, and there is a very strong theme, and that theme is human relations throughout. So that is the thread that is resonates with us for this year, and so we're continuing it through with this group as well. I also will share with you for classified management on Friday. We are doing a session. Kristen and I are working with Dr. DeAugustino. Now I'm struggling with it. He smiled at me. That we will be joining him and our classified managers to do a session on restorative practices. So we are going to bring that into the fold and into their skill set on how to work through conflict. It fits really nicely with the other pamphlet that I've provided for you. So we're really looking forward to that day. It'll be, the sessions are almost full, all of them. So we're really excited.
We're really glad to see the artificial turf going back down at Jim Scott Stadium on schedule. So it's just nice to see things proceeding as they should be.
So this Thursday is a very special day. It's momentous. It's not the school board holiday, but it is the end of first interim. So with that, then, I want to kind of give you an idea under the hood on what happens. And so we review a lot of things. So, for example, like we'll review accounts payable and receivable, and then we'll update for new things. For example, like the new crop agreement. There's 2 days left. We might end up with the Fluor CERT class or the Snell SBAC Student Incentive Program, or the Matoye Makerspace room. You just never know. There's a lot of things that change in your organization. This is, again, a far-flung organization. There's so much that's going on. We'll also fold in the new enrollment forecast, or enrollment that happened on October 2nd, and we'll adjust all of our calculations for that new enrollment. We'll take the 18-19 carryover balances and book those so that you'll see those in the numbers. We'll also look at cash flow, and we are going to have to put a little bit more money into cash flow. We'll look at our tracking of the local control funding formula supplemental grants, and we work very closely with Vanessa Gailey's group. That's just a wonderful collaboration. We met today with school office managers to work through how they make those changes, and we update the LCAP so that your LCAP is always fresh and up to date and accurate. And then we'll look at routine restricted maintenance. You, of course, the way the state says we have to spend 3%, you have set the target at 4%, and we'll look at that and make sure, Lance Bidnick tells me that he's going to have no problem with that. And then, of course, we'll look at special education maintenance of effort with Sarah's group. So we'll see you in December on the first interim.
Okay, I'd like to provide you with an update regarding an award that the City of Costa Mesa received, which was part of a partnership with the Newport Mesa Unified School District. Costa Mesa City Manager Lori Ann Farrell Harrison accepted the Helen Putnam Award for Excellence in Intergovernmental Collaboration for the Summer Smart Camp program from the League of California Cities at its annual conference in Long Beach. And in receiving that award, she recognized the Costa Mesa City Council along with the Newport Mesa Unified School District for such an amazing joint venture. The 2019 Summer Smart Camp served approximately 490 students in grades 4 through 8, approximately 266 participants registered for the sports sessions, 94 participants registered for the music, and 127 students in the arts session. And the summer camp program really demonstrates an innovative and replicable example of collaboration amongst the city, the Newport Mesa Unified School District, and other partners to bring important services to children and families. And Dr. Bauermeister has it on good word that the Helen Putnam Award is actually a very prestigious award for a city to receive. So that's fantastic that that's a real partnership between the district and the city, and for the city to be recognized for something like that.
Yeah, actually, Tom Hatch called me and said, "Do you realize what a big deal this is?" And I said, "Not really. I guess it's like kind of like a golden bell, I guess.
Oh.
It's a really big honor, so, yeah. I just want to piggyback on what Member Yelsey said about CIF Southern Section, the Pursuing Victory with Honor training. We did our 5th annual training this year, and Rob Wygod, the CIF commissioner, came out. We had over 80 participants from all 4 of our high schools, parents and coaches, and for the first time, we invited middle school athletic directors and a couple selected coaches from the middle schools as well to get them involved in the process. Some of the things that Commissioner Wygod talked about, the 2 most important reasons why kids play high school sports, number 1 was it's because it's fun, and number 2 is the love of the game. So I thought that was interesting. He also talked to the parents about how they can best support our athletic programs and really pushed what he called the mission of athletics is academics-based athletics. And he talked about club programs are different, that we really stress academics as long with athletics, and it's unique to us. And he said it's up to us, all of us, to set the expectations and then to hold our students, coaches, and parents accountable to that mission. And he talked about TEAM, the acronym for Teach, Enforce, Advocate, and Model, and then gave us some practical examples of how to support our athletic programs and left us behind a model for positive sports parenting for all of the parents, and kind of went over those. And I got folders for all of you that had the materials in them, so I'll get them to you so you can actually see the PowerPoint that he used. But it was a great night. And one of the things that he's always impressed by is that all 5 of these Dr. Navarro has been in every one of them, and we've had at least 2 board members at every one of the trainings too. And he said it always impresses him when he comes to Newport Mesa. He said, we're the only district that does this, and that when the superintendent and the board member shows up, it really shows to everybody how valuable it is. So we thank all of you for your time and support of this great program. Thank you.
And we need to be nice to referees.
Yes.
That was the big message. Be nice to referees, because we need them.
So I do want to share with you the slate of opportunities we have for teachers this coming Friday. But before I do that, GATE training has come up a few times in the last few meetings. And I want to make sure you're all aware. In August, you did approve a contract with the Orange County Department of Education to provide GATE training for our teachers. That is available to all of our teachers who are interested in becoming GATE certified to meet the needs of our GATE students. It is a 2-year program. We do quite a bit in promoting it as far as flyers, emails to all the teachers, emails to principals to encourage and so forth. So that is an opportunity that all of our teachers throughout the district have at their disposal. I know there was a question about that at the last board meeting. As far as this Friday, we are going to be busy, and so will the teachers. Kindergarten through 5th grade teachers will be at varying sites by zone, focusing on the reading of complex text and teaching that also around the performance task that's embedded within the Wonders program, and how to make sure that the kids are prepared for that type of work and thinking. Our 6th grade teachers, unfortunately, right, they're implementing a new math program. So we are not going to be providing the EL portion or ELA portion of that PD, but they're going to be working on the 6th grade implementation of illustrative mathematics around the 5 practices for orchestrating productive mathematical discussions, which is taken upon by all of our middle school teachers. That'll also be happening for our 7th and 8th grade math teachers. Science, secondary science, both middle school and high school will be working together, continuing the building of their units of study. They really are focusing on ambitious and responsive instruction within the NGSS standards. And along with that, they're making sure they're incorporating the EL focus and really driving all that through anchoring phenomena in student thinking and sense making in the science classrooms. We're really excited about the history social studies. While a majority of that day will be focused on our secondary teachers getting back into the new materials that they have and planning and facilitating that. Sylvia Mendez is going to be the honorary speaker to kick off the day. And Sylvia Mendez was 8 years old during the Mendez versus Westminster desegregation movement. So it's going to be a powerful hour for the teachers, and that was and is a focus of ours, both that idea of civic engagement and responsibility. And we're really excited to have Ms. Mendez, and I'm going to thank Dr. Bauermeister for kicking that day off for me, since I'll be in math as well. Also, our high school math is going to take this day as our 2nd day to prep our lens for alignment as we start at the beginning of the beginning of February with the actual pilot of the illustrative math materials. While they've been using them, they'll take about 6 weeks starting in February to then really evaluate them. So this next meeting is going to be around anchoring the lens in alignment of our standards and what that looks like in materials. And then finally, we have our secondary ELA, ELD. Their focus has been really integrating the ELD standards within their courses throughout the year, so they'll be focusing on training through that. So it's going to be a very busy Friday. Lots of work has gone into preparing for it, and we are very, very excited about the opportunities we're going to be providing teachers.
Where is she speaking? Ms. Sylvia Mendez?
That will be
Newport Harbor Library.
Oh, cool.
Newport Harbor High School in the library.
All right, I had a report all prepared, but I'm going to switch gears. After reflecting on the 2 reports we heard today with George and the SBAC and Vanessa, with the local indicators. So I want to take a moment to relish. Can I relish for a moment with everybody? Yes. Relish in the moment, and then it's going to be back to work. Okay, but relish I think is important. You know, I've been here a little bit over 4 years, about 4.5 years, and amazing things happening in this district when I arrived. But getting an opportunity to see the work that's done by so many talented people in this district, and actually being part of decisions, being part of very fierce debates about what's best to help support our children succeed. It's been an amazing journey, short, but what was so proud tonight was to see the results. And we've been seeing it, you know, year after year, but this past year was a really great year. And we always believe that we make good decisions, we do the right things, the test scores take care of themselves. And, you know, to see these things start to really move the needle and us leapfrogging other districts and seeing the ranking, and I want to frame this and put it on the website too, but to see where we are in terms of growth compared to other districts, this is hard work. Every district has the same challenges. And, you know, sometimes you say, well, it's only 1%, it's only 2%, it's only 3%. But when you compare it to the other districts in the state and the county, what we're doing is pretty phenomenal. And that's why I want to relish for a moment. And, you know, we have Title I schools that definitely needed support. And the work that Vanessa has done to create structures and systems, which is so critical to sustained work. And the interventionists that we've hired, the focus on the foundational reading, the support we provided to all of our schools, which is new. The hiring that we've done, we've hired some amazing folks. And, you know, all this program's not going to work until we have great people. And so I can go on and on about what we've done. Oh, Ray, I remember the conversation that we had, that you directed, Dr. Navarro, myself, and us. We need to do something to support Ray, and look what's happened. It truly is amazing. So I kind of set aside my other report. I just wanted to relish for a moment. But here's the thing. We have to get back to work. There's still so much work to do. But the district priorities that you folks supported and have continued to support, I said this wasn't a one-year deal. This was 3 to 5 years. And that's the work that's happening by a lot of people, teachers, counselors, principals, amazing leaders that we have at the sites, and so many talented people here. So let's relish for a moment.
Yeah.
Not too long,
Thank
because
you.
we have to get back to work.
Yep. That's nice.
Well, now I'm going to bring you back to reality.
Gee, thanks.
We're done relishing.
You're going to go first. Dessert?
That's right. No, I just wanted to kind of piggyback on what John was talking about in terms of the November 1st day, and let you know that we've had a lot of collaboration with Ed Division. We did for our kickoff days in August, and even for this November 1st day, in terms of how we're coordinating together. And so where appropriate, teachers who teach special education are going to content areas. And where it's not appropriate, some of our teachers who teach our more challenging students, we have specific training set aside for them as well. We have our nurses, our speech pathologists, and our psychologists who are going to have the Anti-Defamation League training about bias coming in, and that will be really great. We have training for our classified instructional assistants and our school campus folks. So, you know, there's a lot of moving parts, and adapted PE teachers and OTs and all of those unique little groups that we have to plan what those days are going to be. And so we're really excited to have that day to be able to work with them and bring them along in terms of professional development. So 2 other things. One is Phil just got Dr. D'Agostino. See, I know how to say it. I say it many times in a day. He just got back from the statewide PBIS conference. And Davis,
was a presenter at the conference. So their topic was one elementary school's journey through Tier 1 and Tier 2, addressing culture, data, and mental health. So, it's really exciting to see that our schools have kind of moved to some of that sustainability pieces with our PBIS, and now we're expanding it to look at other things. And then I will leave you on a high note. Tomorrow morning, if you need a feel-good moment between 9 and 11, in the transportation department, they run an annual Halloween haunt for our students with special education needs, and they always do a fabulous job. The kids are so cute. And, their aides and their teachers, everybody gets really into it, and it's just a really great opportunity for them to see their bus drivers and different transportation people in these different costumes and everything, but it's one of the things that we appreciate that they put on and really sponsor for our kids every year.
Ms. Anderson, you had a light. Did you?
I forgot to share about our education committee. We got to go to the Boys and Girls Club and do a full walk around. And one of the things that was really cool that I wanted to just put out for the community, they have a large
That's right. The teen
meeting
center.
space, the teen center, that anyone in the community can use. So if you wanted to have a small group gathering, you can. It's right there on Tustin behind Kaiser. It was just phenomenal the way that they want to partner with that neighborhood and with everyone in the community. So that was great. And then I also just had a comment really quickly. We have a study session coming up for ELL and Title I, and it looks like it was scheduled at 1 o'clock. And I work during the day. I would love to hear teachers and other people's perspectives at that study session, like the ELD says. Can we have this in a later time rather than, I would prefer study sessions. I would prefer study sessions to be when more people can attend.
Dr. Navarro just said we're having it at 1 o'clock so that the ELD TOSAs can be there. They will be there. Right?
While they're working.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, for study sessions, to me, again, it's the same with community input. I think that the study session should be for the community as well. So if it's not in the middle of the day, but they're also for the community.
It may be interesting. Well, actually, no, they're really not. They're really for us.
Wow.
They're public, it's open sessions, but it's not a study session for the public to see what we're doing. We want them to come if you'd like to come, but it's a study session for us to learn more stuff that the public can come to, not for the public to learn.
It will be recorded, so it can be seen by others.
Yeah, I think as we're going forward with study sessions, one thing for me, when there were study sessions in the past, I wasn't able to attend them. For instance, the redistricting study session, it was in the middle of the day, I couldn't attend it. So as a board member now, I'm saying it would be lovely if our study sessions were when people who worked could also attend.
Well, I agree with you, but again, I'm trying to be real respectful to our teachers. And, teachers, as we heard from all these teachers out here tonight, that, moving community comment because they have things to do in the private life, that's why we have study sessions, especially during their workday, so that they don't have to come back at night. That we can take care of them, that we can hear from the professionals during their workday, because that's, so we can learn more about that.
And I think that's very valid, but even maybe late, like 3, or 1 is the middle of a lot of people's day. That, I will probably be overridden in my comment, but for me, I think it would be nice if it was not in the middle of the day.
I just was remiss in sharing our superintendent student advisory. They hit the ground running our first meeting, and they are doing Kindness Week the week before Thanksgiving.
Thank you.
But it's all going to culminate on Saturday, the 23rd, November 23rd, in a beach cleanup. And that they're going to meet all the kids and give out T-shirts. And all of this is going to go to our PIO office. And Dr. D'Agostino is in contact with Annette and Franco. And so hopefully, but the students have already worked on T-shirts, wristbands, and what they're going to be doing the whole week in all their schools. And then also hats off to the activity director. They were, are they activity directors? Yeah. Well, they definitely are. They're supporting these students. I mean, it's just fabulous what they're doing. And so I'm really excited. Bailey and Paris came in, hit the ground running, the two gals, and the guys were just as excited. So it was nice to see that. But anyway, so I just wanted to let you know, put that on your calendar, November 23rd, and it'll probably be in the morning, and we'll know where its location exactly, so.
We'll give you plenty of notice.
No, I don't, but I just want to make sure everybody knows, because they
You
work
can
really
help in the
hard.
cleanup.
I will be happy to help with the cleanup. Done many of those.
United Way kickoff is at 7:30. Do I hear a motion for adjournment? So moved. Thank you. Oh,
A second.
thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Good night. Thank you for staying, all the teachers that stayed.